Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
This is the next search on February 28, 2020, 7:44 p.m. How does the FBI find people? The people is misspelled P-E-O-O-P-O-N. Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case? Oh, she found out.
What more do you need to see?
Welcome back. Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. The seats command's working right now. Great, great.
Don't miss the
Does anyone else notice the chat moving with the beat? I'm doing my little happy dance. Looks like a dad dance, but it's a happy dance. All right, we are about to come back to trial here in the next, 15 minutes or so. Someone's saying, what's the J-hatch counter at? I can show you
There's a
the
lawsuit.
J-hatch counter right here. This is the J-hatch counter. It's still running. They've accrued a little bit of interest. They're up to $209 million. $209 million. Just, what's $500,000 between friends, right? What's $500,000 between friends? All right. I did not get any calls during the break, and everyone's saying they tried to call me. I think I might have my phone on Do Not Disturb. I apologize. I was busy trying to get the cat cam set up with. I've got a remote control for my camera. It did not work. Did not work because I didn't take into account the difficulty of filming through windows that were made in 1910. Because it's like looking through distorted glass, let's put it that way. They cannot focus on anything through those windows. So we'll have to move the camera. I can actually, I could put the camera outside. I'd like it where I can keep an eye on it. That's all. Let's see. We did have some memberships gifted. First, let's do this because chat should tell me. Ellie Veldman gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much, Ellie. That is super, super generous. You did that before I came back, but luckily my new tool will now keep track of that.
Alex stole it as well.
Alex stole it. He stole everything. Let's see. We have. We don't need this one anymore. We need Court. Okay, there's Court. Court is ready. Court is going. Do we have any audio from Court? Nope, we don't. Okay, we'll get it. We'll get it in just a moment. All right, now I need to do a couple things. We need. Let's do this. First, Ellie Veldman, chat on screen. Thank you very much, Britta Holler. Ashley, first in chat. Ashley,
a video of roaches fighting.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know who won.
I'm not a camel.
Ashley was actually first in chat before I was out of the last chat. She won this one while we were still live on the other one. So maybe I have to figure out a way to open the contest after the other one ends. But anyway, Ashley, congratulations. You were a frequent. Let's just say recidivism is in your vernacular. You're a frequent offender, habitual offender. Thank you very much for winning again, taking care of the internet. The first person in chat every time we go live is awarded or sentenced to internet ownership, and they have to take care of it for the entire world throughout the duration of however long it is between that time when they win and when we go live again. So right now it is Ashley. If you have any problems with anything you have in your home or at work, internet related, Ashley is the person to go to. She should be able to help you with all of that. She's done this many times before. So congratulations, Ashley.
Correct?
Buckle up. It's going to be great. Ashley, you're a multitasker. Let's see. Where are we on other things? I had a great lunch. I had that lunch that I don't know what the name is. It was actually leftovers from dinner from like 2 nights ago. But it was
Because he's the guy.
it's the ravioli stuff. But then my wife puts like tomatoes in it, and then like I think it's sausage, like brown sausage, like ground sausage, and she chops up mushrooms. It's the only time I eat mushrooms. Yes, it's the one of the mushrooms. It's the mushroom dish. I don't remember what it's called. but I threw that in the microwave, and I was going to start eating it, and she showed up with a fork as well. And so we split the dish. I ate the rest of the leftovers. Got to have lunch with my wife today. That was great.
I'm not a cat.
All right. Cat is on the front porch. The kids are like, the cat wants to be pet by you. I said, the cat wants to be pet by everybody. But right now we're a little bit busy. We'll pet the cat later. Let's see. KQD says, today is my 1 year, 1 month, 1 day anniversary. Sounds a little repetitive, doesn't it? I'm impressed that you know that it's 1 year, 1 month, and 1 day. That's really cool. Welcome. Good to have you here, KQD.
Stole it.
Joe Sherlock says, I will never win first in chat.
Somebody
I can't
just sent
handle
me a
that
video
much
of roaches
responsibility.
fighting.
I don't know who won. It's not bad. It's not as bad as we make it sound, really. But did the salad actually have dressing? No salad today, Jamestown. We just did the leftovers. How is Zoe? Zoe hasn't been here for probably 2 weeks. And honestly, I've got a little beef here. Ready? If I can out this before the judge comes back. Why is Zoe allowed in the house, being a stinky dog, but my very clean cat cannot come in the house? I'm asking for a friend, because I would never ask this question myself.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
All right. Okay. Let's get ready for court. Let's see what we have here.
There's a lawsuit.
There's a lawsuit. I need a graphic pulled up.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Scratch all that.
There's our downstream keyer. Sorry, not sorry. Now we go to our feed. There we go. We have 158 sorries. Those who are asking, the sorry, not sorry in the bottom is this is the number of times we've counted since the beginning of trial that the defense lawyer, Shannon, has either said, I'm sorry, or I apologize. Now, this is many times less than how many times she has said, is that correct? But we're counting these. We decided to count sorry, not sorry, and that's it. We're not counting the number of times the prosecution says it. We're not counting the number of times the witness says it or the judge says it. It's just going to be the defense for this one. So we have, let's see. Cat cam tomorrow. I'm working on it. Here's the thing. It's the camera on the tripod is it's like $3,000. And I don't want to just set it outside filming my cat, because the last thing I see is going to be like swinging as it like goes in the back of a truck, it disappears. I don't want that. So I have to be a little careful about where I set up the camera. But we're excited. That is the camera and the system we're actually setting up. That's the camera that's going to be set up in court when we go to court and bring you a live feed. So we're super excited about that. Okay. Get another camera to watch that camera. Adam, I like the way you think. I really like the way you think. I have to spend an equal amount on audio equipment next. We're trying to acquire everything we will need. So only as fast as I can save my pennies. Debbie Selton said, my cats were indoor exclusively for their health and well-being. Our cat is very much an outdoor cat, mostly because I cannot envision ever clipping his paws, clipping his nails. Just they're razor sharp. I don't know. Maybe one day he'll be able to. All right, phone's ringing a little bit. The court hasn't started, so I'll take one call here. Marilyn, this is RA. How are you doing?
Good. I'm going to turn my computer off. This trial is hard.
It is.
In so many respects. I keep dipping out of it, and I'm talking to my niece. I'm saying, I'm so triggered by this in so many ways. My brother self-eliminated when he was 22. I was 16.
I'm sorry.
I was 16. And so, I can see where people are saying she should have known, I married a man who has bipolar type 1, and I was the CIA. It's not solved in a day. None of this is solved in a minute, in a day. it takes time. So when somebody says, a son or somebody would say, I see demons. Well, I have 4 kids. One of my nieces said, I see demons. And then 9 of the kids are freaking out.
Yeah.
They're just freaking out. I talked to a therapist, and she's like, it's like mass hysteria.
Yeah.
It's mass hysteria. So you don't know where that's coming from as a parent at the time when it's happening. You just don't know. It takes time to evaluate what's normal depression, what is situational depression, what is this, what is that.
Yeah, that's hard.
I had to.
I would say this, Marilyn. Every trial is not for everybody, and though I love that you're here, if this isn't right for you, if this is too hard, don't feel bad about saying that this one isn't for me. I'm gonna find something else until this one's over. We try. It is hard for all of us, even those of us who don't have a very close personal experience with some of the fact patterns, that are in this case.
Yeah, I would probably be wad-eared out of this one, completely.
Yeah, but
I would be because of my experiences and the mental health and
don't be afraid. Taking care of yourself is number one, always. So if you find this brings up memories and feelings and situations that aren't healthy for you, do what's healthy for you first. We're going to be here.
Right.
We try to have some lighter things like the sorry counter because this is so heavy, and we're not trying to make light of the case at all. But we, knowing that it's such a heavy and emotional topic to deal with, we try to have something that we can, at least have a little bit of humor in a sort of creative and respectful way at the same time while we're dealing with this. So I definitely understand how hard this is.
I guess at the end of the day, I see a lot of Monday quarterbacking going on here. Well, she should have.
Yeah,
unless you're in
hindsight.
that situation, you just don't know. You just don't know what's going on.
Yep. I bet Ivan, our good friend Ivan, could tell his team every time what play they should have run last time.
Exactly.
When we watch a play and it was like, oh, you should have run this defense, or oh, you should have done this.
Right.
It's easy for us to judge that in hindsight. Also, not being the person who was the person who had to make the call as far as what play should be played. So,
so many parents are out here saying, well, I would have done that. Well, I had 2 daughters that, I raised, and they were great. One, I had to ground her from the library. The other one, I had to ground her from the phone. And then I had boys. And I realized that at that point, I had no clue. I was like a peacock. I was like the peacock parent walking around going, look at my girls.
Does any parent know how
to
parent
then they came.
before they're a parent?
There's
all of us,
no book.
once our
There's
kids are
no book.
once they're grown up, we're like, okay, now I know how to do it. Okay, because I've been through it now.
Oh my
But
God.
until then,
did I survive that? I had 4 kids. So,
Yep.
2 girls, 2 boys. My boys scared the shit out of me.
Whoop.
They did. It's like, are they going to go to jail? Are they going to live? They were just different.
Yeah.
So I
Marilyn, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Do what's best for you, health wise, for mental health. Thanks for sharing that. I think there are many people that, to one degree or another, feel exactly what you're saying, whether it's just parenting or whether you're talking about some of the more difficult issues that are brought up in this case that can relate to that. So I appreciate you putting that into words and sharing that with us.
Well, thank you.
I think we're about ready to start court, so thank you very much. We're gonna.
I probably won't stick around too much.
I understand, Marilyn.
Because I will probably throw my computer against the wall.
Don't do that. Maybe we'll catch you on the next one. I'm not sure what's coming up next, but we like to switch them around. So that
I did like your stream last night, and I was gifted a membership, and I think they were just like breaking your computer.
It did.
Oh my God.
My software didn't know how to handle that many gifts, and it just started just spamming
I know.
stuff.
I got one. I don't think anyone was left out of that wasn't green. I don't know.
We've got some incredibly generous people in this community. Thank you, Marilyn.
Very
Great talking to you.
Thank you.
We'll see you.
Okay.
Bye. Oh, man. Okay. Greeners, did you really just say that? I can't click on that, Greeners. Oh man. Yes, you're in the right stream. Kristen, you are in the right stream. All the streams say live. We are here in the right stream. We're waiting for the jury and everybody to get back from lunch. Let's see. We have, let me just check everything we've got going is live. It's live over here. Oh, sorry, I put you on the wrong one. My bad. You're supposed to be over here. My mistake. Sorry, Judge Boyd. Never say my bad to Judge Boyd. Okay, keep watching that Zoom feed. All right. We have just mere moments. Whoa, what's going on? Just got an alert here. Hang on. Alert out of Texas. Kendall County, Texas shooting. Oh, my goodness. Got a bunch of people listening to the scanner in Kendall County Public. I'm just going to give it a quick listen and see what's going on the scanner here. Oh, but no, Ricky called instead. Okay, we're listening to Ricky. Hang on one second.
Call from
Ricky watching.
Hey, Ricky. We've got just a minute here. I was trying to get the scanner. I got you instead, but that's all right. How are you doing, my friend?
Oh, hey, I'm doing well. How you doing, sir?
Doing great.
I ain't going to keep you long, all right? Mm-hmm. But I just had one simple request like a couple of days ago to Miss Welch lady. Mm-hmm. She just wanted me to she wanted me to say, howdy, ma'am. So
there you go. And she's in chat. And she saw
Miss Welch lady.
She saw you.
You've got a howdy, ma'am.
So Welsh lady got a howdy, ma'am, for Ricky Watson. Welsh lady, anything else you need? Is that good?
Oh my gosh. Oh, now everybody's putting bull butter down.
Yeah. Ricky, thanks for doing that.
No, that's all I just wanted to do is just tell Miss Welch lady howdy, ma'am.
Sounds great. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah, y'all have a great day now.
You too, Ricky. We'll see you.
Bye.
All right. They said they'd come back at 12:45. At least the jury's supposed to be back at 12:45. I need a call screener. Michael Stevens, I was talking to my wife. And my wife and I we talk about this business a lot, the YouTube business. And one of the things we learned while we were listening to a whole bunch of, talks and TED Talks and personal experiences and behind the scenes stuff, one of the things we learned is that somebody said, you're going to have to hire somebody before you're ready. And I think I'm at that point that I need to hire somebody, and I'm still not ready. I'm not ready because I can't afford to hire somebody, but I'm going to need to hire somebody here soon, mostly to help me with court documents as far as filing access, requesting and filing access, and tracking things like that. So that's what I'm looking for. Just need a 1099 employee that I can pay piecemeal for that, for each thing they get us into. Anyway, call screener would be way down the road. Way down the road. Do we have a quick update, please? Says Nicola. Just got in from work, so I missed this morning. This morning, Nicola, we've had a couple witnesses. I think mostly law enforcement. We've also had a witness who was a resident, or he was the guy who owned the coffee shop in the warehouse, or the coffee roasting company in the warehouse where the Crumbley parents were eventually located when they were on the run. I say on the run because that's how the state is describing it. The defense definitely calls it something different. But they've all just sort of detailed various aspects, whether it was entering the school, and let's see, the first one was identified some of the victims. We also had, let's see what the other officer did. What was the one you guys liked? They had the high and tight haircut. What was he talking about? Don't remember. I can't remember, but it's escaped me. So it'll come back to me later. They neglected to show up to their arraignment. That's why they had a bolo out for them. Have they entered his journals into evidence? No, and I'm not sure if they will be, because that might be too far. That might be too far. or is going to get 5,000 applications. We will go through them very carefully. We're very, very picky. So unless you were a paralegal with a communications degree and 20 years of experience, you might not make the cut. I'm just kidding. Just Chrissy, welcome. Thank you very much. The arrest at the warehouse. Oh, yes, he did. He was the guy with the high and tight haircut. He was on the SWAT team that made the arrest. There was some interesting stuff there about the last part was about whether the Crumbleys were actually asleep when the door was opened and they were brought in. Got another call here. One sec.
From Tiffany.
Hey Tiffany, this is Scott. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. What's on your mind?
I want to talk about the case and the parents being charged. I know that everybody, me myself, it's kind of like I go back and forth on if they should be charged, if they shouldn't. I had a friend, quote unquote friend, acquaintance maybe you would say, who, and I won't go into too much detail, but they had a young child, and this was in Florida, so the laws are a little different, but this young child got a hold of the pew, and it didn't turn out good, right? Father left it unattended. Child got a hold of it, and the child or the father was charged with aggravated manslaughter because of his negligence. And while the situation's a little different, I also think it's not like there's negligence in this situation that led to death, manslaughter. I mean, the parents didn't purposely leave it out for their child to get a hold of, to take it to the school. Just like in my acquaintance's situation, they didn't purposely leave it out.
That wasn't the plan, right?
Right. But it still leads to an end result where people aren't alive.
Yeah.
And I was really leaning more towards the parents' side until I heard the mom's texts after she found out about the sheet of paper.
The don't do it ones? Or
No. Well, when she went to the school, she got a picture of what he was doing, and they're like, you need to come in. And her first response was emergency. Like, she was freaking out about this piece of paper. This was before the shooting, and she seemed really overly concerned. Now she goes into the school, and the school's like, hey, this isn't cool, but he needs help. But her response, at least via text with other people, was much more heightened and concerned than what it seems she shared to the school. And then
I agree with you, Tiffany. The fact that she was alarmed by that, and when nobody else, others were concerned, but she was alarmed.
Right.
Makes
and
you
she
feel
was like, emergency.
Yeah, she knew something else. Okay, they're back,
Right.
Tiffany. I've got to let you go. We're getting
okay.
the feedback.
Bye.
Thank you so much for your call. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Bye.
Okay, it looks like we're starting here about 5 minutes before the hour. Yeah, not sleeping is not a criminal or civil offense. I think they were trying to say that they were pretending to be asleep. Lots of noise in the courtroom. Do you like the marble wall behind the judge? The lines are strategically lined up. What they do is they split the marble and use one side on one and one on the other. It's like a mirror image. Who shushed everybody? Someone shushed everybody in court. Must have been a bailiff. Richard, congratulations on your new job. I unfortunately will not be able to consider you for the one we're looking for. Then, if you have another one, hope it works out great. Ronald, how would I start a true crime YouTube streaming business like this one? get about $20,000 or $30,000 worth of gear and just plug everything in, and then hope and pray. That's sort of how I did it. There's a few more steps to it than that. And read a ton. Read a lot. Never stop listening and looking and digging in court records. Chris, that was another one. Or they were passed out from alcohol. I was expecting actually to hear about one of those that Canada there was a Canadian whiskey bottle, right? That they say they found there. I didn't hear about that. Maybe we'll get that before the state rests. Okay, the cameraman's waving. Now we get the bald head. Not sure what sort of code that is.
Yeah, I'm not going to be there.
Canada House whiskey is what they found, yes.
I was waiting to see what she
The Whiskey 77 says your chat is being called out several places for being hostile and abusive to opposing opinions. Just want you to know, because you always claim fairness and respect. If you've listened to everybody I've talked to, I would ask you, have I been hostile or abusive to anyone? I can't control what people come in here and say. Our mods try to stay on top of it as best as possible. We do have some rules. We time people out. But if you see something in chat that somebody put up, our mods you might have read it before the mod was able to delete it. I don't think it's fair to judge our community by that, because those that have been here day in and day out know that that's not the case.
Can I put the camera over there? Or I can wait to the back row for the next time? I've got to move real quick. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Let me just send out a text and
Okay, they're gonna move our position. So we're gonna keep listening here for a little bit, but we'll take that off the screen because it's gonna get really shaky. It's gonna bounce all over the place, and by that I mean like this, so you can see it in the background. They might even turn it off here briefly. Let's see. How could we be hostile to opposing views when almost all of us have different views on this one? Seriously, we are divided all over the place, and not just divided. It's not like it's 50-50 or even 30-70 or anything else. But we have so many people on the fence or on various degrees of I'm not sure, or leaning one way or another. This is a very difficult situation. See, I told you guys would get dizzy if I had that up on the screen. So.
I was actually right there with me. I'm trying to cut. Thank you. Much better. I'll get out.
Camera-induced seasickness. Contact Matthew Harris if you want to file a class action lawsuit regarding that. Hey, yes, you're 100% right. This is a very difficult case. I do not envy the jurors. I really don't. I don't envy the lawyers in this one. I don't envy anybody that has to make decisions about how this case moves forward, either in prosecution or defense. It's a tough one. And whatever you have to do it in the presence and in front of people who had their lives destroyed and are looking for justice, and in a way didn't get the satisfaction of a conviction, especially knowing that the shooter is appealing his sentence right now. So there's a lot of hurt in the community. There's a lot of frustration, and this makes it even more difficult. Soul Glow. A 9-year-old kid. Here's what I'd say. I love getting kids involved in metal detecting. At that age, I would probably look at the Garrett lineup of metal detectors and some of the Garrett Ace lineup, and go with the one that has the basic features that you think would be most important, whether it's waterproof or waterproof is probably the big one if you want to be hunting in water or not. 9 years old, he or she. Sorry, this is so loud. At 9 years old, a kid, what they want changes a lot after that. There we go. There we go. A little bit better angle so we don't get the jurors here. Oh, sorry, you guys aren't seeing that at all. Okay. Involuntary manslaughter is the lightest murder charge available in Michigan. Correct. And so there is no lesser included to involuntary manslaughter. The average involuntary manslaughter sentence Michigan handed down is between 5 and 7 years per death in Michigan. I heard that the worst they can face is 15 years. I don't like this angle, man. I don't like this angle. It's too wide of an angle for when the jury comes in. They got to be cautious. Matthew, thank you very much. Thanks for popping in. Tell her happy birthday as well. Or him. I like to think if it's a legal secretary, it'd be a female because they're so much better at men than than being organized. But the gloves are off, or the sleeves are off, I guess. We're going to see if the state's going to rest here or if they have another witness or two.
Your Honor, calling People v. Jennifer Crumbley, case number 222799990, FH.
Thank you, Marquise, on behalf of People.
Karen McDonald, on behalf of People. Good afternoon, Shannon Smith on behalf of Jennifer Crumbley.
Okay, so we're going to bring the jury in. I want to let them know that one of the cameras kind of skimmed someone's face when they sat forward, so I'm going to warn them about not doing that. I think they moved the camera over, so I don't want to freak the jury out.
They're going to freak out.
Who's the next witness?
Brian Lash.
If that juror isn't happy about it, can they say, I'm not comfortable continuing to serve on the jury? So that happened earlier in the day when the jury came in. One of the jurors did sort of like a lean forward very quickly. It was very quick, lean forward, and it caught them. She's bringing the jury in to tell them that the camera caught a glimpse of one of them. And they moved the camera as a result.
You may be seated. I wanted to let you know that I think one of the video cameras got a quick look of someone of one of the jurors as they pulled forward in their chair. So I guess I'd ask you not to lean forward, but we moved the camera too. So, the name of the next witness?
Brian Malash.
Oh, Brian Malash. Okay. Could you step forward? Could you raise your right hand? Do you swear to affirm the testimony about the day is the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, could you step up and have a seat? And would you state state your full name and spell your first and last name, please?
Brian Joseph Melage, BRIAN-MELOCHE.
Okay, so just keep your voice up.
Okay.
Sir, you're a little soft-spoken, so I want you as loud as you can. Pretend like I'm in the back of the phone.
Okay.
All right. And sir, how are you employed?
I'm full-time. My job.
Yes. What do you do?
I'm a full-time firefighter captain.
Okay. Now, sir, do you know James and Jennifer Crumbley?
Yes.
Not through your profession as a firefighter, but personally.
Yes.
Okay. Is Jennifer Crumbley in court today?
Yes.
Can you point her and describe something she's wearing today?
Yes, the gray blazer.
Okay. Would the record reflect identification of defendant?
The record will slow reflect.
And again, please, nice and loud. I'm even having trouble hearing you.
Sorry.
Okay. When did you first meet Jennifer Crumbley?
High school.
High school? Okay,
Yes.
so you went to high school together?
Yes, sir.
When did you first meet James Crumbley?
When they moved back to Michigan.
Okay. So in between the time you knew Jennifer Crumbley in high school, from the time that they left the state and came back to Michigan, did you stay in touch with her?
No, not until maybe Facebook years, a long time later.
Okay. And you said you were connected with her on social media?
Yes.
Okay, so is it fair to say you followed her on Facebook?
Yes.
Okay. What about Instagram?
No, I don't think so.
Just Facebook?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know if Jennifer had a son?
Yes.
Okay. Had you ever met him?
No.
Did Jennifer ever talk to you about issues she was having with her son?
No.
Did she ever tell you about a friend of her son's?
Yes.
Okay. And tell me what she told you about that friend.
It was his friend, and then he went away. He died.
Okay. Went away or died? What did she tell you?
Yeah, I believe he killed himself.
Okay. That's what Jennifer told you?
Yes.
Did you come to learn later on that that wasn't true?
Yes.
Now, I want to direct your attention specifically to the days around November the 30th of 2021. That's the day of the Oxford High School shooting. Okay, do you recall that event?
Yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say that from the time period that Jennifer moved back to Michigan up until November the 30th of 2021, you two would communicate on a regular basis with each other?
Yes.
Okay. In what method would you communicate? Would that be in person, text message, messaging app, or all three?
All three.
Okay. Did you save any of those messages between Jennifer Crumbley and yourself?
No.
The morning of November the 30th, 2021, do you recall receiving a message from Jennifer Crumbley?
Yes.
Tell me about that, please.
It was, I don't know how it started, the beginning of the messages, but it ended up that she had to go to a meeting at the school.
Jennifer, she had to go to a meeting at school? Okay. And what happened? Tell me what happened next in the conversation.
It was that something with Ethan. And,
her son?
Yes.
Okay.
And was worried he was going to do something dumb.
Who was worried?
Jennifer.
Jennifer's worried. Okay. And she sent you that message before she had gone to the school?
Yes.
Okay. Now, prior to that, prior to November the 30th of 2021, were you aware that the Crumbleys had gotten a handgun for their son?
Yes.
Okay. And do you own firearms yourself?
Yes.
Okay. So you're familiar with how to store firearms and how to use them?
Yes, sir.
How did you learn that the Crumbleys had obtained a handgun for their son?
I saw it on a Facebook post.
Okay. And what was your initial reaction to that?
It was, I was just surprised, kind of, they got it, but...
Why were you surprised?
Just that it was the handgun they had purchased. And
okay. So you knew that they had got him that handgun by the time that Jennifer messaged you on November the 30th that she was afraid her son was going to do something?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when she sent you that message, November 30th, what was your response?
I asked where the firearm was.
And why did the firearm click in your head at that point?
That's with my background and everything. It's I know that would just be if something was going to occur. that would be produce just immediate irreparable damage compared to any other possible thing that.
Okay. That being the firearm?
Yes.
All right.
It actually hurt the state that he said with my
Did Jennifer
background.
respond to you? Let's back up. I want to make sure we have the chronology correct. So November the 30th, 2021, that's a Tuesday. She indicated that she had to go to her son's school. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And she told you what she was afraid of?
Yes.
And what was that again?
That he was going to do something dumb.
He isn't her son?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then your next message or response to that was asking about the firearm?
Yes.
Okay. And what was Jennifer's response to that?
That it was in her vehicle.
Okay. And what did you think about that?
I said that wasn't a good place. It's not. It should not be there.
Okay. And do you recall what she said?
No.
Okay. Now, do you recall if this conversation was over the phone or was on a messaging app?
Messaging.
Okay. Now, later that day, November the 30th, 2021, did you learn what had happened at the Oxford High School?
Yes.
Do you recall how you found out about that?
Through social media and the news.
Now, after that shooting, did you continue to communicate with Jennifer?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we have already introduced evidence through an expert in computer forensics about how messages are saved and if one person deletes and one person doesn't. You told us that you had deleted those messages with Jennifer?
Yes.
The Facebook messages?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. So, a search warrant was executed from Facebook itself and obtained some messages. And, Your Honor, we have already introduced some of these messages through Edward Rogowski. The people are going to seek to omit the remaining Facebook messages between Mr. Milosh and Jennifer Crumbley as a new exhibit. That's 426.
Exhibit 426.
Your Honor, I'd like to just review 426, but if it's the same as what was previously, just the whole thing, that's fine. I just don't know. Is there more than what you gave me before?
So, you should have all those, but with Mr. Rogowski, we omitted 8 pages of that. I'm just seeking to put the whole thing.
What's the whole thing? I have not been provided that. This is the first time hearing that.
Okay.
I probably have no objection, but I need...
Okay, but when you say it's the whole thing, it's the whole communication between Mr. Milosh and the defendant.
The remaining communications that begins December the 1st, 2021. It's a PDF. It was printed. It'd be 77 pages long.
Okay.
And it has the remaining messages because, as we've already learned, when one person deletes but the other person is not able to, Facebook, the server of Facebook can retain them. So this is what's remained.
Okay, so how long is this exhibit?
It's 77 pages printed out. We're not going to go through all 77 pages, obviously, but I want to make sure that we have the whole thing.
I would just like the record to establish that when I was provided the proposed exhibits, I was provided 8 pages of them. Now, I understand that in discovery, through the 30 discovery dumps I got, I have these.
Okay.
And likely as we go through, there won't be objections. However...
Okay, I'm going to ask him to show it to you.
Okay,
Yes,
please,
sure.
yes. And Your Honor, I need
printed out extra copies. There you go.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm going to need a moment. This is 77 minus 8 more pages than I was told.
Okay, well, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of discovery, and she didn't specifically know. Like, this exhibit list doesn't say specifically.
Right, Judge, throughout these...
Well, they gave me those exhibits on a disc,
I'd like to respond to the
same
judge. I just want to respond to the judge.
Okay.
Throughout this case, there's been different objections lodged by defense counsel. When we've displayed a portion of a Facebook thread or a portion of a chat, I don't want to have to go through that. I want to just give the entire exhibit to the jury.
Okay.
And counsel has had this for approximately 2 years.
Okay.
And
correct. But,
Your Honor,
okay, I know what you're going to say.
The disc they gave me of the exhibits doesn't match.
There's mountains of information. There's mountains of information. He's trying to admit a portion of the Facebook communication via Exhibit 426. You are not exactly clear what is in 426. You have the right to review that exhibit prior to it being admitted and determine whether you object or you do not object.
May I please have some time? I apologize.
Yes.
In all fairness, I understand there's mountains of Discovery. I've read it all, but 2 years ago.
Yes, I know.
I was given actual copies of what the prosecution intended to use at trial, and it was 8 pages long. Today they're walking in with 77 pages. They actually gave me it on a hard drive.
That's a different exhibit, right?
So these are conversations from her client.
But in addition...
Okay, well, someone might have to type this someday. Okay, so there was another exhibit that was Facebook communication that might have been 8 pages long that was a different exhibit. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, what exhibit number is that?
That is...
it's exhibit 151.
151.
Okay. All right. So
Your Honor,
this is... Yeah, I'm going to let you look at it.
I'm sorry. The point I'm making, though, is that they identified the 8 pages. They gave me those 8 pages. And as new exhibits have been added onto the exhibit list, they have been providing them to me in advance of a witness getting on the stand. This is last minute craziness. So I apologize. I have to take the jury's time now to review something that they could have handed me.
Judge, this is wholly inappropriate, especially in front of the jury.
Okay, wait.
I've already explained why we're doing this.
You said specifically in Exhibit 151, there's an order about exchanging exhibits. What your exhibits are different than what discovery is.
We've already identified that in compliance with the court's scheduling order. We complied with discovery. This was turned over 2 years ago. And this is covered in the stipulation signed by counsel.
I didn't say that you didn't comply with discovery. If we put everything in discovery into evidence, we'd be sitting here for another 5 weeks, right?
Yes.
But what is provided in discovery is different than designating exhibits. You designated Exhibit 151 as Facebook messages from Jennifer Crumbley to Brian Maloche, and those are pages 51 to 58, correct? So that's been admitted as 151.
Right.
There's not a description of that exhibit, right? So in what way would she know exactly what that exhibit was comprised of?
If she wants more time, we have no objection to reviewing this.
Okay.
Your Honor, the answer is they gave me a hard drive with each exhibit on it.
Mom.
I had a hard time opening some of those exhibits,
He's
but
breathing
what's
my
on the
air.
hard drive they gave me is the 8 pages in Exhibit 151. They did not include 77 pages.
Okay. Did you designate which exhibit it was? Did you?
Yes. 151 is a portion of the Facebook thread. We did this with exhibits through Edward Rogowski. That's why we admitted 423. We went through the whole process on the
I
record.
have a list of exhibits, and it doesn't say what that one is.
Again, I'm just trying to give full context, Judge. We've gone through this with multiple witnesses.
Okay.
This isn't a surprise. This evidence has been with defense. We have the witness who is the declarant, and then her client is the other.
Your Honor, this is a surprise.
Okay,
and so to say this is not a surprise, it is a surprise.
Okay, it's not.
And this is a repeated pattern.
Okay, I get it. You guys are repeating yourselves, all right?
She said done.
All of this information has been provided, but there's a lot of information. If someone wants to admit an exhibit, they have an exhibit, and the other side gets to review what the exhibit is and decide whether they object or not. Ms. Smith has objected to almost no exhibits here. They've all mostly been admitted, right? But the defense has a right to review what the prosecutor wants to present as an exhibit. It's not that they didn't have, everybody's had everything. There are boxes and boxes of things. But she has a right to review the exhibit. And rather have you sit here, I'm going to have you go back and eat licorice and donuts and what else do we have there?
Yeah,
cookies.
Sugar Crush.
I'm
Sugar
going to let you
Crash.
do that for 10 minutes while she reviews the exhibit. Okay? All right.
Okay, why did we not excuse the jury before that little circus act?
Your Honor, hold on. I can just review it. That's fine.
Hold on.
Wait. Children, just stand in your rooms. You're facing the corner for just a minute. Let the jury leave.
She can stay here.
I think she can. She needs to show her the exhibit. Is that right?
Your Honor, the biggest fear I have, though, is that the microphone picks up. And I've been told multiple times that it picks up between myself and Mrs. Crumbley.
Yeah, my husband continues to tell me that you can be heard. Can we turn off the camera and everything right now, just so they can review the exhibit?
There we go. So I guess we can see stuff, but we can't hear anything. Okay. So who said it wasn't spicy today? Who said it wasn't spicy? Was there any more sorries in there? I missed a couple. I think. Oh my goodness. Let's see. I think I counted to 161. This game that the prosecution is playing, and I'm going to say the prosecution is playing this because they're the ones who are playing dirty right now in this moment. This game they're playing is when I think she's still complaining about the camera. She's making sure that nothing's on. Okay. This game they're playing it's absurd. It is really absurd. They are supposed to show the other side the exhibits beforehand, so to not cause delays in trial like this. Okay. Yes, it's included in the discovery, but if you have an exhibit, it's polite beforehand, at the beginning of the day maybe, or soon. It's like, hey, we've got this coming up. This is what we're going to be showing. It's an excerpt from that discovery we gave you 2 years ago. You probably read it. It was like 20,000 pages long. Well, this is 77 pages of it. That saves the court a ton of time. I'm seeing 162 is what I should have got. Okay, 162. We'll go with that. The camera's like across the parking lot now. He's way far away. She's very passionate for her client, Samantha. But the defense is playing dirty here. And I think the judge caught that and said, look, the defense has a right to see this. And so now this is not a delay caused by defense. This is a delay caused because the prosecution has a new exhibit that was not provided before. And this, they're almost at the end of their case. I don't think it's really going to bite the prosecution at all, but they've been doing degrees of this throughout the case. And it's interesting. It's interesting because as soon as the prosecution rests, and tomorrow when we start with the defense putting on their case, the shoe might be on the other foot. And suddenly you're going to have the exact same argument with, like, they swapped scripts and are now reading the same thing we heard previously. Okay, because they both play this game. It's we don't want to get into politics, but it's like politics. In politics, you've got these two sides, and they point fingers and yell and scream at the other person until they're the ones in position doing the same thing, and then the other person points fingers and yells and screams at them. So it's a little bit of a dirty tactic. The state's playing dirty, not the defense. The defense will play dirty when it's their turn. This is how court works. This is part of the drama. I would say the part that the defense is playing dirty here, the judge completely understands the argument. She even said, I know what you're going to say. Don't worry, I'm addressing it. But the defense lawyer, Shannon, she gets up there and she's talking and she doesn't face the judge. She turns to the jury and she said, they've been doing it this whole time. She's talking to the jury, and that's dirty. She shouldn't be doing that. She should be addressing the judge a little bit. But all in good fun, and we love it. We love it. All right. I wanted to say, oh my goodness, there's an incident in Kendall County right now that is. Just wanted to give you a heads up on. Got the police scanner going in the background. Kendall County says a school in Kendall County has been cleared after possible shooting reported. I thought that would be pertinent because we're literally in a...
And 311, be advised, we're in the process of clearing the D wing right now.
So
cleared K9.
I know nothing else about this other than possible. So this is in Shannon, Texas, is what I'm hearing. But scary that this is Texas. It's in Texas, actually. Kendall County, Texas. I don't know the name of the school. So we'll keep, during the break, I'll keep the scanner up just for a little bit. And a lot of these end up being false alarms. Okay, in my high school, my science teacher or another science teacher would blow stuff up all the time intentionally. He would do little explosions. Many times the fire alarms were set off. Many times there were windows that were blown out and things like that. So it could be a false alarm. It could be some equipment that malfunctioned and somebody heard an explosion. But either way, the police are on the scene. They're clearing the school right now. We're just listening right now. I haven't heard anything else regarding that. So it could be completely false alarm. Anyway, I show about 4,500 people are listening to the scanner right now for that. I'll check for some Twitter updates to see if there's anything out there on this topic. Let's see. Okay, I'm not seeing anything out there other than Texas, Kendall County, 2 schools are on lockdown amid active shooter reports. Let's see if we can get a name for the school here really quickly. This is Bourne, Boerne. 2 Bourne Independent School District high school campuses are on lockdown. This is according to Times Now World. Unspecified threat. Champion High School and Bourne High School are secured inside. Law enforcement's investigating. That's all we know right now. There's nothing else. And honestly, I think with the way things are nowadays, especially with high schools and how many kids in high school have social media devices of some sort, the fact that social media isn't blowing up with the news means it probably is a false alarm. It's pronounced Bernie. Thank you, Weatherwatch, our resident Texan here in chat, helping us out. Sounds like it's a false alarm, but we'll listen in during the break as well. Well, the defense is going over this. It would be, back to this case, I think it would be bad for the defense for the jury to sit there while she's going over the paperwork. First of all, she has to confer with her client regarding it. And second of all, the jury knows that there's one person that the delay is on, and that's on the defense table. Everyone else is ready to go. And so if they're impatient, that could sort of turn them against them, wasting their time. Karina, the judge's husband watches the stream. We know that. We don't know which one he watches. Could be ours, could be a million others. Does the sign on the screen have circumspice on it? Yes, it does. What does that mean? It sounds Latin. Hey, Joe, let's go. We need a translation. I'm getting a lot of chatter, audio chatter. Let's see what I can fix here. It's coming in through my... Oh, never mind. It's not audio chatter. It's the police scanner. That's it. It's just telling me that it's on.
36. 36. Yeah, just for notation, this individual left on his own. He's mobile.
Earlier, I believe we cleared cafeteria with K9. Can you just confirm that for me, please?
Yes, 10-4 cafeteria has been cleared.
Different, thank you.
Lots of places cleared in the street.
Yeah, you can assign this to me, and myself in 66 will still be out for location for a little bit.
State of Michigan, it says circumspice, which means is a verb to search for. Is it an English word? I mean, is that something I can use when I'm playing Scrabble against friends? It was near a school, not in a school. Every Texas school has an armed guard this year. Schools go on lockdown when anything possibly happens in the area. Emotional support to paintbrush. This would explain why there are 2 schools on lockdown in the area. Little Miss, thank you. Got an update on this. Looks like it comes through Facebook. I'm just trying to pull it up here.
1 clear, senior run number 035.
Log, fine art.
The police department down there has a little bit of an update for us. Law enforcement has conducted an initial sweep. Let's try this one more time. Hang on. Law enforcement has conducted an initial sweep of both the Bernie and Champion High Schools. Again, there has been no shooting of any kind on any campus.
Admin officers have been cleared by K9 as well.
Admin officers.
Champion High School remains on lockdown as we continue our investigation.
311.
Cibolo Elementary remains on lockdown due to its proximity to CHS. All other campuses have resumed normal activities. Parents, we understand your concern, which is why we continue to respond accordingly, but we ask you to refrain from gathering around the campuses. The original post they put out was that the Bernie police, joined by our law enforcement partners, are investigating a threat directed at both high schools within the school district. We take these threats seriously and have law enforcement on both high schools. As a result, both campuses are on lockdown, and all other county schools are also on lockout. Everyone is safe, and we continue to investigate the validity of the threat. That was the message. So we're going to go ahead and turn off the scanner, knowing that we don't have the situation that we feared happening there. There we go. Now it's quiet. All right, Little Miss, thank you for the update on that one. I appreciate that. Latin, circumspice. Are you telling me the truth, DMB? Tell me the truth. I'm believing you. Jessica Hicks, I don't broadcast real time. I broadcast much delayed audio. And I don't broadcast the encrypted channels either, which is where the SWAT teams and things operate on. Okay. Danielle says, prosecution playing dirty, not defense. I think they're both going to play this game. It's who has the ball right now, right? Right now, the prosecution has the ball. And so we see it being played out a certain way. In a minute or tomorrow, then the ball gets handed off to the defense, and then the game changes. Let's see, I think we've got some action in court. Let's see if we can get ready to get back to there. Maybe somebody's just kicking the tripod. Yep, they're tripping on the cable here. Guy falls on the floor, pulls the camera, tips over. We've all been there. KQD says, circumspice means look around, basically be observant. So it's instruction to the jury, maybe. It's an unrelated note, but the garbage man's here. And ever since I was a child, I've always liked watching the garbage man come and pick up the garbage. It brings me secret, like a glee, to see the garbage go in and then get smushed, and then it's gone, and we don't have to worry about it. Of course, it goes to a landfill or some barge floating in the ocean, but so nowadays we know we have to worry about our garbage. But I still like watching the garbage truck pick up the garbage. Squirrel. Yes, that was a squirrel moment. And they're struggling with this camera. Labman, I'm not sure if you missed a ton this morning. That the last witness that we heard from, I think the interesting part about his testimony, he was a firefighter, right? And he knew the Crumbleys outside of this event. He knew them outside of that, and he was talking about Jennifer Crumbley texting him that morning about the concern she had about the document, right? The drawing on the homework. And he testified to her response to that, and he was concerned. And his first thing is, where's the gun? That was his question to her. The prosecution put that on because they have to show that a common person, common sense would say this is what you assume was happening next. But the way he said it, the way he answered the question, he said, based on my training as a firefighter, based on my training experience, that's what I thought. And so I think that the way he couched that actually hurt the prosecution better than helped them, because they need to show that, this was the perfect opportunity to have somebody who has the same or similar information to what the Crumbleys had before the event happened, and see that the common person, the common sense person, knew there was a problem. But instead, the guy presented and said, because of my firefighting training, in a sense, I don't know, I'm putting words in his mouth, but based on my training, I responded this way. So that was actually, I think, a win for the defense. Can we see the Maya counter? You can in just a second. Let's see. I think it's over here. Oh, there it is. It's on the same camera feed as we're on right now, camera 3. There's the Maya counter. 209, 66, 342, roughly. $209,066,347. All right. Back in court, here we are, waiting for defense to have a few more minutes to go over this document. I don't think she's going to have any objections, because if she had objections to this document, I think she would have filed a motion in limine regarding some of this stuff and tried to get it kept out of court beforehand. Really, this is just, I think, showboating to play the game. Thank you, Ari. Didn't expect the CEO to reply to my humble request. We're all humble here, Labman. There's no CEO. Most of you are smarter than I am. I kid you not. I learn a ton from each of you. But I don't remember what you had asked. What did I? What was your comment? Oh, the recap. Oh, no problem. Labman, just fun little fact. The average person that watches my live stream watches for about 1 hour and between 2 and 10 minutes. That's the average person. And some of you are like, well, I watch all day long and I never stop. That's great. Thank you. Please keep doing that. Other people watch less, and that's all right. So if you don't get a recap within about an hour, there's a good chance that most of the people on the stream don't know what's going on or don't know what happened before that. So I don't mind at all doing recaps, realizing that most of the people here did not see it the first time it happened. Sharon, for police scanners, I use, I think it's Scanner Plus. Let's see. I'm using an app for this. I like to use Open Megahertz. I use Scanner Radio. Scanner Radio for through my phone for an app, and then I use Open Megahertz when I can for taped recordings, like we did with the Cavalcante manhunt, so we could go back and listen to things we'd missed. So somebody said something about 50 million. I think that's the bond something in the Maya case. I saw the $50 million bond is in the process for Maya. KM Hope, I don't know how that changes the math. Does that mean the interest stops? Does that mean that part, there's no longer interest on that part? I need somebody smarter than myself to break that down for me. Koberger 2025. I think we're going to be there. We're going for that. Corey Hill says, working from home allows me to watch for like the entire length of the day. Corey, that's awesome. I've always loved working from home. I did it before it was cool. I like to think I was an early adopter there. Before everyone had to work from home, I chose to. It was actually a fun little argument because my employer, with the contract I was on a 3-person team, and we had 24/7 on-call responsibilities. So somebody always had to be available. And then we went to a 2-person team. And when we went from a 2-person team to a 1-person team, I said, look, I have to be able to work from home because day or night people call me and I have to handle it. Why can't I just work from home all the time? And they're like, well, we'll let you work a certain number of days. I'm like, you can, but I'm day and night. I get calls. You know, I'm working all the time. You know, let me just work from home because I've got all the equipment to work from my house. And eventually they let me be full-time remote with an option to come into the office if we had meetings and things like that. So it was cool. This cameraman he's antsy. Let's see. I'm just saying, it says, RA, totally disagree. This witness shows reaction of reasonable gun owner and can put the weapon still in JC's car per JC's own reply. The witness shows the reaction of a reasonable gun owner. Yes, but I'm just saying you can't take this witness and say, if you weren't a firefighter with all the experience you've gone to, you know, as firefighters' response to medical emergencies as well, would you still respond the same way had you not had that training? You can't take the firefighter out of the witness and say, thus, this is your common everyday person. I think we have Sweden calling in.
Call from
Mattis.
Oh, Germany. Mattis, how are you doing?
Hi, Scott. I'm doing well. I had a lovely day. I hope it's also good in America.
Well, have you been following the drama in the courtroom today?
Yeah. I wanted to chime in. You asked for someone smarter than yourself, and I could totally also use someone like that. So if you find one, let me know.
I put you in that category. You're smarter than me.
So regarding the bond, all it does is it stays the execution of the judgment. That is to say, the Kowalskis they have this judgment that says, okay, you owe them $209 million at this point. And with bond being posted, what it means is they can't collect.
But it doesn't stop the interest, right?
It doesn't stop the interest.
Okay, so I don't have to reprogram my interest counter.
These numbers are the same. They're unchanged. That's why the appeal costs additional money. The interest the posting the bond means the case is now on appeal. They can't collect, but because you appeal, that's why you get the interest. It's not that you would only get interest if you refuse to pay without an appeal.
Yeah.
And the interesting thing about that is actually they have to post, so they had to go to like a corporate bond entity. That paperwork has been filed, and that entity has posted the 50 million bond. And you can imagine that they had to actually pay a couple of millions.
Yeah, there's got to be some holding money. You know, you've got to have like 10% down or something. It looks like they're coming back into court right now, Mathis. Thank you very much for the update. I appreciate that. Thanks for educating us on how the bond works. Always great to hear from you.
Yeah, just saying that extra $5 million. Basically,
they had to, yeah. Thanks. That's awesome. He was saying at the end, it cut out a little bit. He says that means they basically had to pay an extra $5 million for the cost of doing this. So they've footed the bill for $5 million. That's on top of everything else. I keep hearing a shutter.
For Crumbley, case number 22279-990FH.
A lot of courts don't allow the loud shutters.
Ms. Smith, did you have an opportunity to review that proposed exhibit?
I have had the opportunity to review it. I would ask.
Can you remind me what number that is?
That's 426, Joe.
426.
Your Honor, I would ask if the prosecutor's office would please email me exhibit 426 so that I can use my computer when Mr. Malash is on the stand to ask questions.
Can you do that? Is that possible? Is that technically possible? Okay,
yes,
so do you object to any of the exhibit?
I'm sorry?
Do you object to the exhibit?
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I'm going to bring the jury back in.
Okay. Right. I just need to get a copy of it so that
we're doing. We're having her keep doing as quick as she can.
Thank you.
Should the witness retake the stand, Judge?
Yes, please.
Okay, as we expected, there was no objection to this because she's had all this stuff for a long time. She's been through it all. She just doesn't know which pieces they're going to throw up on the stand. Well, throw up is not the best word, but put up. So Wi-Fi is a thing. Apparently email works. Email works here. Are we done with Brian Milosh, the firefighter? Is he still on the stand? I think he's still on the stand. Thanks for the +1, Sophia. I missed that one. Good vibes, Stacy.
Make sure you got your
Thank
10,000
you.
steps today.
Thank you for the super chat.
All right, we apologize. There is obviously a lot of documents and a lot of discovery in this case. All right. So, Mr. Milosh, you are still under oath. All right. Go ahead, prosecutor.
Thank you. Okay. So, sir, was it your common practice then to delete all messages between yourself and Jennifer Crumbley either immediately or shortly thereafter the message was sent and received?
Yes.
All right. So I'm going to show you what's been admitted as people's 426. You have a screen in front of you. Can you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, this is information received from Facebook through a search warrant. If printed out, it'd be 77 pages. And we have a conversation participants between yourself and J.C. Crumbley. That's the defendant, Jennifer Crumbley, is that right? You have to say yes or no.
Yes.
Okay.
J.C. Crumbley. So J. Crumbley.
Green, so we know that's Jennifer Crumbley, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then the blue would be you,
yes.
Brian Bush. Okay. Now I'm going to go through some of these with you. We'll start with page 16 here. And I guess first, these begin from what was recovered via search warrant from Facebook on December the 1st, 2021. And we have heard evidence already, so you're aware. See, it says UTC plus 0. Do you see that right there?
Yes.
Okay. So that actually means it's 5 hours earlier than the time on that text message, so you know. So the first message here would actually be November the 30th in the late evening hours. Thank you.
No, not these ones.
Now, prior to this message here, did you have any other contact with Jennifer Crumbley from the time she expressed concern about her son to these messages coming to you?
Yes.
Okay, tell me about that, please.
That was,
louder,
I'm
please.
sorry. I apologize. It was after the shooting occurred, and it was that the gun was missing.
Which gun?
The 9mm.
Okay.
And I said to call 911.
You told her to call 911?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you told her before that you're a firefighter?
Yes.
So why was it important to you to tell her to call 911?
Just to allow the first responders, the police, and whatever, to identify that there's potential what's going on. If
Okay.
we're missing it and something's going on.
All right. Now, it's fair to say that the first message we have here that says 12/1/21 at 2:56 a.m. UTC 0, that's not the first message exchange between the two of you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So just everything before that would have been deleted by both yourself and Jennifer Crumbley.
Correct.
All right. So again, I'm going to refer to a handful of these pages. And just so you know, this is everything that was recovered from Facebook. Okay, so this is page 16, exhibit 426.
Your Honor, I apologize. Does the court have Wi-Fi? Because the file's so large, my hotspot's not going fast enough, and they just emailed it over to me, and I can't open it on my computer.
Yes, the court
Do
has
you know if there's a
Wi-Fi.
password or if there's a...
It just announced it for everybody.
There's some at my department.
Yeah, mine either. Mine either, thanks.
Yes,
I appreciate it, though, that the court is helping. Do I go to OCS?
Judge, Ms. Nellett sent it again with a reduced file size.
Oh, okay. I'll try that. Thank you.
See,
I'm sorry.
this
I
is
just
the
can't
game.
get it open.
They intentionally send it as big as they possibly can. Highest
Okay,
resolution.
in the blue here,
We gave you everything.
this is 12/1/21. So this is shortly before midnight on November the 30th, 2021. And what did you write to her?
I can't even keep up. None are threatening. Facebook pulls those down instantly.
Okay, and that was in response to what?
Sending screenshots showing what was going on and everybody that was commenting through their stuff or regarding them.
Okay. That's page 16. I'm going to go to page 33. Jennifer Crumbley wrote what at just after midnight on December the 1st, 2021?
Agreed. I failed as a parent. I failed miserably.
And your response was?
You didn't do this.
Okay. Now, is it fair to say at that point in time your information was received regarding the shooting from Jennifer Crumbley?
At that point.
Did you know all the facts?
I'm sorry.
Did you know all the facts?
No.
Okay. So throughout this text message or Facebook message conversation, there's messages from you expressing concern over Jennifer Crumbley, frustration by the fact that she's going to be charged, disbelief that she's going to be charged. Were those your opinions at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm not asking you to agree or disagree. We just want the truth from you. So Is that what you feel now?
No, not. I've received more info.
Okay. I'm going to move on now to page 38.
Your Honor, I am so sorry, but I cannot get the file they sent me to open, and I really need a minute to get this file open.
Okay, I personally can't talk to that, but maybe.
Are you connected to your Wi-Fi?
No, it's not letting me connect. That's the problem I'm having right now.
Every news reporter's like, I'm on the Wi-Fi.
OCS came on. I just need to be able to have this open. It says I'm connected now. Let me try this again. The first file was too big.
If they send it in PDF format in a super high resolution, or like there are different ways you can structure the file as far as the file size, and each image could be very, very big and make it very difficult to search.
I've got it. Thank you.
All right. Moving on.
All right, ready?
Sure.
Okay. This is page 38 of Exhibit 426. In the green, there are some screenshots sent, and then Jennifer wrote, seriously, question mark, exclamation mark, question mark, can't see my horses, question mark, exclamation mark, question mark, exclamation mark. And your response was what?
No one knows how to handle any of this.
Okay, and that was in regards to screenshots sent from Kara Pennick, is that right? You have to say yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. Now moving on to page 42.
Your Honor, I'd ask the prosecution to stop leading the witness. I haven't objected, but we've been doing a lot of leading.
Assisting.
Okay, that's fine. I'll make sure that I don't ask anything that suggests anything. Okay. This is page 42.
If you ask a question that ends in a yes or a no,
The top
they
text
respond
bubble
yes
here
or no.
in green, what did the defendant write?
Social media, we heard we may get charged too.
Okay, and your response?
I did hear that. That was mentioned on one of the news stations. I don't know how both of you could be charged. I can only assume they will charge James with the handgun not being secured.
Okay. And she wrote this December 1st, 2021, 11:10 p.m. UTC plus 0. So that is actually 5 hours sooner than that. So that would be in the evening hours of Wednesday, December the 1st, 2021. Is that right? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Also on page 42, there's a deleted message here. This is green. First tell us what this one says.
You unsent the message.
Okay, and you obviously weren't here when Mr. Robrowski testified to tell us what that means and what that red X means. But what is the message that was actually deleted here?
Is that the green I'm looking at?
Right here, yeah.
It was. We had the string lock on it. It came within the case.
Okay. Now, you had talked to her via message on the morning of November the 30th, 2021, when she told you about having to go to the school, right?
Yes.
Okay. Prior to this message coming to you on Wednesday, December the 1st, 2021, in the evening hours, had she mentioned anything about a locking mechanism for the gun?
No.
Moving on to page 43. Okay. She wrote this December the 1st, 2021, 11:47 UTC 0. So roughly the same time as the deleted message we just referenced. What did she write?
The news articles are saying charging both parents.
Okay. In your response?
I heard that, but I can't imagine what they could possibly charge you with. Just remember the news is not accurate. They notoriously fill in gaps where they have no info or report as fact info they get third hand.
Okay. And again, those are your feelings at the time?
Yes.
Okay. On page, well, what is the, finish this page here for us. So after they get info third hand, what were the responses in green?
It's coming from the prosecuting attorney. I need to retain a lawyer's stat.
Okay. And now we're on page 44. Again, this was Wednesday, December the 1st, 2021, the evening hours, that's the day after the shooting, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now we have already admitted this portion of your Facebook message thread. Again, a deleted message. Can you read it for us?
The unsent message, the one below that.
Both. Well, both. You just give us the.
You unsent a message.
Okay. And then what did she write that was actually deleted?
Everything was secured, not loaded. Bullets stored away separately. OMG, OMG, OMG.
Okay. And again, this is the conversation, the first time I ever heard Jennifer Crumbley tell you anything about the firearm being secured.
Yes.
I'm going to move on to page 46. If I can. Well, here's 45 first. Another deleted message. What did Jennifer Crumbley write?
No, I'll never be okay. I lost my son, and he's a murderer, and I'll forever have to live with the guilt of that. I'm not even sure life is worth living anymore.
Okay, and that one was deleted. That is, now the timestamp is Thursday, December the 2nd, 2021.
Your Honor,
12.
I'm sorry, I object to the prosecutor saying this one was deleted. The message that was unsent is not sent, but the next message was received.
That's not the evidence, Judge. Edward Rogowski already testified to what this signifies.
Yeah, he said, and you can both correct me if I'm wrong, that if you unsend a message, it can be retrieved. And so the message below that is at the same time, 12:42:32.
Yes,
so
Judge.
the message below the you unsent a message is the retrieved message.
That's deleted. Edward Rogowski testified that with the red X, this return is signifies it was.
No, he
it was
testified.
deleted. It was deleted, but retrieved from the extraction report or from the server itself.
So you're saying that she deleted her message about how she lost her son?
I'm not saying that. That's what Mr. Rogowski said.
I'm just trying to understand. You're saying that
the expert computer guy.
Right.
Okay.
So
okay.
Testified.
That's the testimony. Anything
You can unsend a message, but it can be retrieved, and those red dots are what note something that has been retrieved.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
That was deleted.
Yep. All right. Okay. I'm going to go to 46.
It's got a little, right at the top of the chat bubble, the green ones, they have a little red spot on it. It's hard to see, but that's what they're talking about. There's talk of an affair. Nothing's been brought into trial, and I don't think it will be. That would be very prejudicial if
Thursday,
it was.
December the 2nd, 2021, 12:51 p.m.
My mom won't talk to me.
In your response?
You have more than you know. In our circle, no one is faulting you, and most feel really horrible for you.
And then, did you write something else?
Your mom won't.
Okay. And then the next page, what did she say?
She blames us.
I'm going to move on to page 49. Okay, tell us what she wrote here.
The top.
Yeah, go from the top.
And we will never be the same.
In your response?
Never, ever.
And she wrote what to that?
It's like mourning the death of my child.
I tell you, this jury is going to need therapy, much like children through a nasty divorce court. This is what they have to sit through is crazy.
Your discussion about obtaining an attorney?
Yes.
Okay, what did she write?
I know we're working on retaining one right now.
Okay. And then what does she say regarding the charges she might be facing?
They're saying involuntary manslaughter.
Okay, so that is Thursday, December the 2nd, 2021, 1:31 p.m. DTC +0. So that's actually the morning of Thursday, December the 2nd. Okay, that's 50. Now here's a deleted message. This was already admitted. Can you read us, please, what what was deleted from Jennifer's phone.
We're on the run again, helicopters, not sure where to message you.
Move on to page 53.
I can't read the green ones.
And
if I
she
zoom in, I
wrote
can see the
something
blue.
to you right here, December the 2nd, 2021, 4:40 p.m. plus 0, so that's 11:40 a.m. on December the 2nd. What did she write to you?
We just bought new phones with old numbers to take care of all of this shit.
Okay, and the next message?
Clear your cache.
Okay, and then what was your response?
Good move.
Clear
Would
your
you take that
cache.
clear your cache to me? What does that mean?
I'll just clear messages off, I guess.
Off of a device?
Yes.
That looks suspicious. Cache me
Page
outside.
58. This was also previously admitted. Tell us, read us this deleted message.
We're fucked.
And she sent that to you Thursday, December the 2nd, 2021 at 2 p.m. Here's page 61. She indicated she retained an attorney?
Yes.
Okay, what did she write?
Thank you. We secured a lawyer.
Okay, that's December the 2nd, 2021. That is in the afternoon of Thursday, December the 2nd. Okay, and did you ask if they were going to be charged?
Yes.
Okay, and again, this is Thursday of that week, and what did she respond?
Yes, we'll be charged.
Now, this is page 64. There are some photographs here that she sent to you. Have you seen these photographs before?
Yes.
Okay, and do you recall what they depict?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
There's a gun and a person bleeding, and the thoughts won't stop, and I can't recall about
Okay.
one another.
But that you recall that?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you think of that?
Disturbing.
Okay. And she sent that to you, and then what did she say in the message right after she sent you that picture?
This is what they found, a non-threat.
Okay, she was referring, who did you think she was referring to?
A school.
The school, okay. And let's go through this conversation. What did you write?
And never even notified a liaison officer.
That was your question to her?
Yes, sir.
And what was her response?
But the paper they showed had all these things scratched out.
Okay, now, did you know that she was actually sent the paper without things scratched out?
No.
Other response? Cover your ears.
All right, thank you.
Cross.
Thank you. I apologize. Is your last name Malash or Malosh?
Malash.
Malash. Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Shannon Smith. I represent Jennifer Crumbley. You and I have never met before today, correct?
Correct.
And we have never even spoken on the phone, had any contact. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. I want to go back and explain
Camera's
to the
crooked.
jury, have you explain how you became involved in this case. Okay? So after the shooting and after December 4th, it would be fair to say law enforcement got in touch with you to talk to you about your knowledge of anything related to Mrs. Crumbley or Ethan Crumbley, correct?
Yes.
Now, on that day and time, the first interview you did was with law enforcement. You met with somebody from the Oakland Sheriff's Department, correct?
Correct.
Now, the first time you met with them, you were interviewed for 1 hour and 42 minutes, correct?
Correct.
A long interview. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And in February of 2022, you did a second interview with law enforcement that was about 1 hour long, correct?
Correct.
And then recently, So within the past couple months, okay, in December of 2023, law enforcement did a third interview of you, correct?
Correct.
And that interview was almost 3 hours long. Is that a yes?
Yes.
So you were interviewed once at the very beginning of the case, right after the shooting, correct?
Correct.
You were interviewed a second time months later in February for about an hour.
Correct.
And recently, within the last couple of months in December, you did this 3-hour interview.
Correct.
It's fair to say that throughout all 3 interviews, you tell law enforcement repeatedly that you have memory problems, correct?
Correct.
You do not have a good memory.
Correct.
I am not trying to be mean to you, but you have repeatedly said you don't have a good memory. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, when you initially talked to law enforcement, they told you they would like you to write a statement, correct?
Yes.
And you did, in fact, write a statement. You typed one out, correct?
Yes.
Now, the date you typed one out, did you do this on the date you were first interviewed?
It was morning after.
Okay, so the morning after, so it says you were interviewed Friday, December 10th, 2021, correct?
Correct.
So the statement that you actually typed out and wrote would have been done on December 11th of 21.
Yes.
Now, it's fair to say that in the statement, you gave law enforcement and police as much information as you could remember, right?
Yes.
And this time when you wrote your statement, this was way closer in time to the shooting than we are today, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you wrote your statement to police, a lot of the new information you're sharing was not in your original statement, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that during the hours of interviews you've had with law enforcement, they have given you different pieces of information against Jennifer Crumbley, correct?
Correct.
And you have not had the opportunity to take all this new information you're getting against Jennifer Crumbley and talk to her about it, correct?
Correct.
The last time you talked to Jennifer Crumbley was December 4th of 2021. Is that a yes? It's fair to say that police, they have asked you the same questions over and over and over. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when they ask you the same questions over and over and over, you can tell sometimes they don't like the answers they're getting from you. You can tell that. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. I need you to be loud. Okay? Thank you. So when you can tell they don't like the answers, you keep talking to them, correct?
Correct.
And when they've been interviewing you, they have started to talk to you about things like your job and your benefits, correct?
Correct.
And they have said things to you like, if you're helping Jennifer Crumbley, you could lose your job as a firefighter, correct?
Correct.
They have said things to you like, if you're helping Jennifer Crumbley, you're going to lose all the benefits, your pension, things like that, correct?
Correct.
It's fair to say that when you've talked to law enforcement, they have said things that make you feel like you're going to be in trouble because of your friendship with Jennifer Crumbley.
Correct.
So when you're up here on the stand today saying some of these things, we can agree they are brand new within the last few months.
Yes, new that I've seen.
Okay, so largely what has influenced you to change what you say, what you said initially, is because police have talked to you and made you change your mind, correct?
It had to make me, from my original, that more information was needed.
Right, so my point is, you talked to them at first, back in December, right after the shooting happened, right?
Yes.
And then law enforcement met with you 2 more times and gave you information, right?
Yes.
And they told you that if you were helping Jennifer Crumbley, you would be in trouble.
Judge, objection. We're getting dangerously close to what defense counsel has sought to exclude, and I need to be able to redirect.
Yeah. Let's be careful.
She might open the door.
The door's open.
Okay, let's be careful.
If counsel is going to lay the implication of a certain reason.
Well, you're asking whether law enforcement threatened him in order to get him to lie?
Yeah.
Then the door is wide open for the people.
Boom.
It might be.
Might be, says the judge.
Well,
I don't care if the door's open. That's fine. Mr.
Yeah, then I think we need to excuse the jury and have the
That's
defendant make a record.
No, Your Honor. We've already done that. That is not what needs to happen. But if the jury needs to be excused, that's fine.
You tell me. You tell me.
This is something different.
Well, there's allegations here that somehow this witness was intimidated by the police, and I would take that very seriously. So if that's true, the jury should know that. So that's a serious implication. So
Judge, we can't allow counsel to say those line of questioning and prevent the people from having the witness give the whole story.
I'm not trying to keep the whole story. Go on. We can do that right now. They want to make a record that's not needed. I'll ask the questions. Okay. Mr. Malone.
For proper purposes, we need a record made, Judge.
Okay. All right, 10 minutes, guys. Maybe 5.
Oh my goodness, it's getting good. It's getting good. I don't care if the door's open, says Shannon Smith. I don't care if the door's open. I'll ask the questions. Yeah, it's time to wake up. It's time to wake up and pay attention. Okay, they're going to make a record, and the jury's going to be brought back in, and they're going to hear this.
Be seated. I think I might ask you to step into the hallway just for a minute, okay? We'll be right with you. I know it's not a very comfortable position to be in.
This is terrible for the witness.
We're doing our best. Okay. You may be seated.
The witness basically agreed that.
So we had a motion to eliminate. Gosh, wait, when was that? November, March. When was it?
Camera's crooked. It's driving me nuts. He oriented it to the TV, not to the back.
Excluded, right?
Yes, Judge. Specifically, counsel sought to exclude all evidence of extramarital affair.
Okay.
Now, as an offer of proof, this witness, when asked, will testify that he didn't want that information out in the public domain. Now, I didn't ask him any of that information. Counsel is choosing to cross-examine him in a fashion which makes it appear that he has either been intimidated or willfully lied about statements made. He has a reason why certain statements have changed, Judge, and if counsel is going to be allowed to introduce this to the jury, we have to be allowed to rehabilitate him and show what actually happened. And if counsel does say the door is open, like she just said, first, I would like a record from Jennifer Crumbley herself that she acknowledges what this means. It is her decision in consultation with her attorney and is part of trial strategy.
Well, credibility of a witness is always at issue, and so is a motive of a witness. And I did exclude that evidence at your request, subject to later information that if indeed something having to do with their relationship lent itself to gross negligence or dereliction of duty, right? So I did grant that motion. So what is your position now? Because the jury can't be led to believe that they, waterboarded this guy to get him to talk or something, right?
Your Honor, my position is that if the court has found I've opened the door, the court has found I've opened the door, and I would like to proceed with questioning.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to put that right back in your lap, right? Because you're asking me. I'm asking you.
Oh, I'm fine. I would like the door to be open. I would like to be able to fully cross-examine this witness.
Okay, could you raise your right hand?
And Your Honor, I would object to the court asking Mrs. Crumbley about this. This is trial strategy that's left to the attorney.
Wow.
No. We need to have a full record for appellate purposes.
A record of what?
Go ahead and
of voir dire of the defendant, just the way the Facebook message was introduced, that it is in consultation with her attorney. She understands what this means. She understands that counsel cannot use that prior ruling to her advantage. She understands that at her behalf, counsel has sought to exclude certain things and was successful. But now, counsel is adamantly requesting that ruling not be put in place, allowing the prosecution to cross-examine this witness, and when the defendant testifies as well, that's all out in front of the jury. So that's now fair game for when the defendant takes the stand, for which she's indicated she is going to do.
Okay, well, I guess I would say if the defendant takes the stand, it is fair game to the extent it's relevant.
Of course.
Right?
It's always to the extent it's relevant.
Right.
I can certainly envision a possibility how it might be.
Your Honor, I suppose the first thing I need is a ruling if I've opened the door and if this evidence is now relevant about the affair. Because I still think it's relevant that police threatened and made Mr. Maloche say things that were inaccurate, irrespective of the affair.
Okay, well, I don't know what happened. Did they interview him for 3 hours and then threaten to call his wife? I don't know. I don't know what happened.
No, they threatened him like I asked him about his job, his pension, losing those things.
That's counsel's characterization of something that is certainly not evidence, a question is not evidence, and that is certainly that we're going to explore now.
Well, I guess the prosecution is saying he initially had a motive, perhaps not to be completely truthful to the police because he didn't want his private relationship with the defendant revealed, which, you know, I guess is understandable, but it sounds like maybe he wasn't completely open and honest with them as a result of that.
And now all prior, I didn't mean to interrupt, but now all prior consistent statements would be admissible under MRA 801. But first,
yeah, I'm not going to let you let the jury think that the police,
then the door's open.
Threatened him or did something to make him say something he didn't mean just to avoid repercussions to him, whether it's employment-wise or personally.
That's fine. Your Honor, I have opened the door, and I want that door opened, and I want to fully examine this with this witness.
Again, Roger
I'm
from the
going to
defendant.
ask her. Okay, can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give is the truth so help you God?
I do.
Okay, you can put your hand down. Mrs. Crumbley, I want to make sure. This has been kind of fast and furious here, right? Okay, so I want to make sure you know what was going on. A year and a half ago, there were some motions that were filed about keeping some evidence out.
Correct.
I guess I would suggest that now that we're here 2 years later and there's more information about the case, I can't even tell you if I'd rule in the same way, knowing everything I know now. But that being said, I want to make sure you understand what your lawyer said, which is that I previously ruled that in and of itself, the fact that you were having a romantic relationship with this man, to me, was not evidence in and of itself of gross negligence or dereliction of duty. Therefore, I granted your attorney's motion to keep that information out of the trial. You understand that, right? Okay, but now this gentleman is being questioned about why he did or didn't make certain statements to the police.
We may have mistrial issues.
And your attorney has indicated in front of the jury that he might have some motives, or maybe he's been threatened by the police. And she has said to me that she wishes to pursue that line of questioning. And I want to make sure that you are supportive of that.
I trust her, so yes.
Okay, so you understand that then we're going to crumple my order up about that and throw it in the trash.
The affair will be front page in this trial.
You understand that?
I do.
And you agree?
I guess, yes.
Okay. Do anything?
Judge, I think I should make a record so the defendant and perhaps counsel knows for sure. It's not just an affair with one man that was uncovered. There's web searches now. There's trips during work hours. There's when she was on actual work trips with other individuals. It's not just this person. It changes the tenor of the entire trial.
I don't think that that's appropriate. You're asking why this
Judge, counsel has alleged that 2 investigators with 30 years of experience have committed basically a crime by intimidating a witness and lying to a witness, and that it requires a strong and accurate response. This changes the entire case, Judge. I can't let that comment go without being corrected.
Okay, well, I don't know any of this information. You're going to ask him, this witness, why he was protecting her, or why he didn't give full information to the police. We're not going to go off into Never Never Land and talk about trips or.
Well, trips with him though. Trips with him when she said she was at work or using her son as an excuse to go somewhere. Trips with him in particular, Judge, that goes to the heart of gross negligence and failure to adhere to your parental duty. That is a part of the case that we moved past when the court issued the ruling.
About that.
Your Honor, lots of people have
It was
affairs
excluded.
and don't have children that shoot up a school. That's not true.
Again, counsel's now seemingly asking for the same ruling that she had achieved before.
I don't care. I don't care.
I don't know what you're asking me to do because I haven't seen any of this evidence. At the time that I granted the motion to eliminate, I don't even think some of these things were known. So when you say you're opening the door or whatever's happening, I want to be clear on how far the door is open because, you know, I also don't want to have this isn't a trial about she isn't charged with being immoral. Okay.
Of course, but she is charged with failure to adhere to her parental duty.
I understand that. It's going to come out that they had an affair, okay? It is not because of the affair that Mr. Milosh changed his statement. The first time Mr. Milosh was interviewed, he told them about the affair. The second time he was interviewed, he told them more about the affair. The third time he was interviewed, he told them even more about the affair. That's not his motive for changing his story. His motive for changing his story is because law enforcement put pressure on him and made him fear he'd lose his job.
All right.
It is completely inaccurate. Again,
okay.
Now we have to introduce witnesses.
Okay, I'm not addressing that right now.
There's some sorries in there.
I'm addressing the now we're going to put in all this information about affairs and all kinds of things that she was spending time with him instead of her son. How far are we taking this? That's what I want to know.
I guess it depends on the questioning.
Okay, well.
Because if that's the record, and if that's the request, and if that is the defendant's wish, Judge, that's fine. But we are going to go through that door with the evidence that we have.
I'm not privy to the information. I don't know what happened. I don't know what the police reports say. I don't know what he said about his relationship with her. Right? I don't know that. But it's also, this is not a trial about her morality, so I want to make sure that we stick to the elements of the case and what you're required to prove, which is not that she's a bad person. That's
Judge,
not what we're here about.
Counsel has made it a trial now, and if law enforcement is appropriate or not. So,
whether law enforcement was appropriate with Mr. Milosh or not has been made an issue.
Yes.
But you know, are we going to have another week of trial about how terrible Mrs. Crumbley is?
They're not going to rest today if this door's open.
This is the same argument as when the court brought up the pictures of the home. Nobody is arguing that they're terrible or dirty. We're arguing that they were grossly negligent in adhering to the parental duty.
I understand what you're arguing. That's why I want the evidence to be relevant as to that.
And Judge, we stuck to the very fine line that this court gave us in the ruling. Counsel's the one who has suggested, not just suggested, but actually alleged that two investigators intimidated and lied.
I understand that. That has definitely been raised and definitely should be evaluated. But I don't know what else you're asking to present.
Well, at a minimum, those investigators have testified regarding their statements. At a bare minimum, Judge, there's a number of items found off of the defendant's phone regarding the extramarital affair. The timing of that is important. And if you want us to stick to just what happened with Mr. Milosh, that's fine. But there is a vast amount of evidence to draw upon, and I'm uncomfortable at this point with the defendant saying, I guess, maybe. I think she needs to speak with her attorney, and I think that record needs to be made clear.
We've already spoke about it, Your Honor. We've spoke about it extensively, and an affair is what an affair is, and if they want to sit here, it'll just make my case even stronger that all they are doing is punishing Mrs. Crumbley for the wrong things.
Okay, but I guess I'm at a disadvantage because I don't know. Only the defense and the prosecution know what's going to come out. So
yeah, she's ruling blind.
She knows the extent of what's going to come out. I don't. So
she knows the extent of what happened, and what's going to come out is going to be the truth about what happened.
Okay.
And at this point, her life is more important than her dignity in terms of she had an affair. Lots of people have affairs. I mean, that's the bottom line is, at the end of the day, doesn't mean you know your kid's a school shooter. It doesn't mean that you know your child is going to kill people.
Well, I understand that's your argument, but I have a duty to evaluate evidence, determine if it's relevant, and if its relevance is outweighed by its prejudice. So that's what I'm trying to do, sort of in the dark here.
Well, I believe that the affair is not the motive for Mr. Malash to say that the police put pressure on him the way they did to change his statement.
I understand you told me that. I don't know what's coming in beyond that. I don't know.
We could have a proffer here.
To be quite honest, they can bring in wheelbarrows and stuff to show the affair. I mean, if anything, it just goes to my case to show they don't have a real case.
Okay, well, they say that there's evidence that when she should have been taking him to a Boy Scout meeting, she was with her lover. I don't know. That's an example. I don't know what's going to come out. So I'm. Okay, so you want me to bring the jury back in?
Yes.
As long as the defendant's satisfied, Judge.
Okay, I don't know what to say. I don't know what the evidence is going to show. But
here we go.
I'm not positive the jury hasn't already figured that out anyway.
It's coming in. Jury's about to hear all this. The state will try to push this as far as they can. So we're going to see
just the jury?
Yes.
Just how much they squeeze in. That the judge thinks that can be limited to just this witness. The state is gonna push and test that limit. The judge doesn't know what's coming in. I mean, she knows some of it. Come on, Cameron, please notice that line is not straight. Can you not see that?
All rise for the jury.
Now would be a great time to level your camera. I'm gonna have to sit like this to compensate.
All right, you may be seated.
Here we go. Buckle up, guys.
Can you bring Mr. Malash back in?
Bring in the witness. I feel bad for the witness. The witness has no say in this.
Please walk this way, sir.
Well, I guess you could say the witness had a say in it when the affair happened, right? It sounds like he was a willing participant in an affair. And now it's all being played out on national television.
Mr. Malash, you are soldier oath, okay? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Malash, we were talking about the 3 different times that you spoke to police, correct?
Yeah.
It's fair that from the very beginning, the first time you talked to police, you told police that you and Mrs. Crumbley had an extramarital affair, correct?
Correct.
You told police from the very beginning your relationship with Mrs. Crumbley involved a sexual relationship, correct? And so when you're in here testifying, it's fair to say that law enforcement talked to you about the affair right after the shooting. You told them all about it, right? I'm sorry.
Yes. Judge, I think counsel needs to be specific. She's saying law enforcement is using general terms, and she needs to be specific when asking this witness question.
Well, there's a lot of different law enforcement, so it probably would be good to be specific.
The first detective that you had an interview with, you told him that you and Mrs. Crumbley had a sexual relationship.
Yes.
Right, again, identify who she was speaking to.
Do you recall who was the first? Which officer are you talking about?
Which one am I talking about?
Yeah, the first. You're asking him
Sure.
about the first one who interviewed him. I'm assuming you know who that is. There's lots of law enforcement.
I know, which is why I have the name, but
okay. Do you remember who it was initially, Mr. Malash? Okay.
it appears to be Lieutenant Weir. Does that sound correct? Oh no, I'm sorry. You talked to Brian Joseph the first time, correct?
I don't know.
Okay. You have, okay, does it sound right if I said you spoke to Brian, to Joseph, I'm sorry, Brian, I'm saying your name. Okay, on 12/10, you went to the Oakland County Sheriff's Office, the Brandon Township substation, correct?
Correct.
You were interviewed at approximately 15:30 hours, so that would have been, what, 3:30 in the afternoon.
Correct.
Okay. And on that day, I'm having a difficult time telling which detective it was that did that interview. It was during that interview, though, that you gave them a copy of your Facebook Messenger thread, correct?
Correct.
You gave it to them on a thumb drive?
Yes.
And you specifically did turn that drive over to Sergeant Brian. Do you recall that?
I don't know.
If I said the person that you handed the thumb drive over to, was that the same person who did the interview with you?
Yes, they used the thumb drive on the computer.
Okay, I'm just checking. If the police report says you gave the thumb drive to Detective Joe Bryan, does that sound right?
I had no possession of the thumb drive. We were on a computer at the substation.
So he asked you for access to your messenger.
Correct.
You gave him access.
Correct.
And Detective Joe Bryan was the one who downloaded the messages.
I don't know the detective's name. I think Joe Bryan was a different interview.
Okay, so you don't know the name, but you know it was a detective at the substation from the Oakland Sheriff's Department.
Correct.
Okay. And on the report, I also see source Lieutenant Weir. I'm just having a hard time identifying which police officer it was. You're sure it was a police officer or a detective that you met with, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that that interview was video recorded, correct?
At the substation?
Yes.
I'm not aware.
And it was the interview that took place that was a little bit less than 2 hours.
Okay.
Okay, the day after that interview is when you were...
I understand it's cross-examination, but counsel can't just make a statement with the word correct at the end and then the witness clearly not understand and then just move on as if that's the truth.
Okay,
we have to be specific.
Give him a second to think about it and answer the question.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I don't remember my last question. I think I was just establishing a time frame. You did the interview on Friday, December 10th, 2021.
That was the first time.
Is that true?
Right. Yes.
Okay, and that was 1 week after the last time you had contact with Jennifer Crumbley.
Yes.
The first time when you spoke with the officer at the substation, you disclosed to them that you had knowledge about Jennifer Crumbley.
Yes.
And you said that you told them right away that you had had a sexual relationship with her.
Yes.
And the fact that you and Jennifer Crumbley had a sexual relationship is certainly something you did not want to be public, correct?
Correct.
You talked to police again, we talked about in February for an hour. Was that also at a substation?
The second interview?
Yes.
No, ma'am. That was at a building over here, part of the county complex.
So you met them at the county complex and you had the second interview, which was just under an hour long.
Correct.
When you had that second interview, now that was in February of 2022, you told them again, you confirmed for them again, as much as you probably didn't want to, I had a sexual relationship with Jennifer Crumbley.
Correct.
In the third interview, back in December, just a couple months ago, they asked you again for more information and you told them again you had a sexual relationship with Jennifer Crumbley.
Correct.
Now, the prosecution may ask you a lot of questions.
Just in the form of the question, doesn't matter what I ask him now, Judge.
I haven't even asked my question.
Okay, what's the question?
My question is, when you talked to law enforcement and you changed...
Again, I'm sorry,
okay.
Specifics matter. Okay, so if counsel is going to request this kind of questions from the witness, she has to be specific.
I can't even get my question out.
Okay, well, he needs to know because there were 3 different times, so that would help him too.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. Over the course of the investigation, you testified earlier that your answers to certain questions have changed. Correct?
Yes, I've added.
You've added. Okay. But one thing you have not changed. It's not the statements about your sexual relationship with Jennifer Crumbley. You've always said you had a sexual relationship.
Correct.
As police came and talked to you a second and a third time, they wanted more details about where you had sex and other details about those experiences, correct?
Correct.
Now, when I was asking you if you felt like you were threatened in any way, that had to do with feeling threatened that your job was at issue or that your benefits could be lost,
Judge,
correct?
I can object again, form the question. She needs to be specific. She's going to ask something like threats. That needs to be specific.
Okay, then I'll go to the third interview. I'm sorry.
Be specific.
Okay, I'm going to be very specific. In the third interview, when you talked to them in December, they specifically said to you, talked to you about your job employment as a firefighter, correct?
Correct.
They specifically talked to you about the details of your benefits, including your pension, correct?
Correct.
They made you feel like if you didn't give answers they wanted.
Objection in the form of the question. They made you feel. How could he possibly testify to what somebody else's intent was? That would be speculation.
I'll ask how he felt.
Okay.
When you were in that third interview, you were scared at the thought of losing your job or benefits.
No, I was not.
You do not want to lose your job or benefits.
No, I don't.
And when you were in that conversation with them, it was during that third interview that they asked you the same questions you had been asked many times before, correct?
Correct.
And they were saying very negative things about Jennifer Crumbley to you during that third interview.
Judge, specific.
Yeah.
Objection in the form of the question.
Yeah, negative like what?
They told you that they had evidence of Jennifer lying about things, correct?
Correct.
They gave you the impression that you didn't know everything about Jennifer Crumbley.
And speculation, Judge. They gave
I'm
you the
asking
impression.
his
Hang on, I'm
impression.
not done. They gave you the impression. If she wants to cross-examine him on statements, she can, but she can't make a broad statement about what their intent was. That's speculation.
Well, their intent is speculation, but if you have specific examples of things that were said potentially by the police to this witness, you can ask the witness that.
Here we go. The details.
Specifically, the officer talked to you about ranks within the fire department, correct?
Correct.
They talked to you about seniorities, correct?
Correct.
They talked to you about all the training you had to go through to take each position and the seniority levels at the fire department.
Correct.
You explained to them how you got to each position at the fire department, correct?
Correct.
The officer explained to you that it's important that all the cards are on the table, correct?
Correct.
And then the officer begins to talk to you and reassured you you're not in any trouble. Is that a true statement?
Correct.
And they begin to tell you things. That officer tells you he's not trying to be threatening to you, but he wants to put the cards on the table, correct?
What page are we talking about
It's
here?
at 18 minutes and 57 seconds in the third interview.
Ooh, she brought the receipt.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
And when he told you that the cards should be on the table, I'm asking your impression, took that to mean that your job and your benefits could be on the line if you said anything favorable for Jennifer Crumbley.
Objection. He just answered that he wasn't threatened. He just was asked that question and said,
And he
no,
said
I wasn't
no as well.
Okay, was there a specific threat made to you?
No, ma'am.
Was there any kind of veiled threat? Did you take anything as a veiled threat?
Yes, just that the information that's now out regarding my relationship was going to be out publicly.
Okay.
Okay, so there were veiled threats made against you.
Yeah, hold on.
I'm just clarifying. That was
What does veiled threats
Well,
mean?
I asked if there were any.
I know, Judge, and that's fine. The court's entitled to ask whatever the court
Okay,
likes.
I
but-
asked if there were any veiled threats, so that was his invitation to say, yes, they said that they would call my boss, or they said that they would, make sure everyone in my union knew, whatever it is.
Those are all great questions to ask, which I will.
All right.
okay. When you were interviewed in the third interview that lasted 2 hours and 45 minutes, it's fair to say you discussed far more than in the first and second interview with police.
Correct.
And when you were interviewed the first and second time with police, when it was closer to the shooting, you would agree with me that you were truthful in those interviews.
Yep.
And during those first and second interviews, you also, in between those two, wrote a statement that you typed out.
Yes.
Okay, so some of the information that you're saying now is only from, and I'll go through specifically what I mean. So when you were interviewed in those first and second interviews, you never said that you thought there was something wrong with Ethan or that he was disturbed, correct?
Correct.
And today when you're on the stand, you're saying you believe he was disturbed or there was something wrong. Fair to say?
Yes.
And in part, the reason you have changed your opinion is from information the police told you when they did those interviews with you, correct?
That and through the media and everything else, additional information I gained around the situation.
That's a win for the
So
defense.
you got additional information from the police, which you don't know whether it's true or not, correct?
Correct.
And you would imagine, you would think the police are being truthful with you when they're telling you information, being truthful with you. You're believing what they're saying anyway.
Yes.
And you would agree with me, because you just said you also saw a lot of media reports about various things in the case.
Correct.
Now, the media reports in the case have different information than things you initially thought or saw, correct?
Correct.
So when you've seen the media reports and you have a police officer telling you that the evidence you didn't know, it has made you second guess what you knew back right after the shooting, correct?
It didn't make me second guess. It just some of it, because of timestamps, allows me to recall stuff better.
Well, would you agree with me? And I know you said you testified you have some memory issues.
Judge, I'd like the witness to answer the question. He wasn't done answering the question.
I thought he was. I'm sorry. I interrupted you. I'm sorry.
I don't.
You said there were timestamps.
Yeah, it helps if someone enlightens me, like if we go through messages, then I can actually I remember things. I can remember if you request specific information, I can give it. If someone just asks for something, I'll put out information not knowing what they're looking for. The more specific something gets, the more accurately I can answer the question, or the more appropriately. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry if I'm not wording that correctly.
No, you're totally fine. I'm going to put your messages up on the screen.
Oh.
Can you please turn this on?
That's all right.
It's on. Can you please switch it over?
All right.
I might have to turn it on.
I have
The
to
sibling rivalry between the two sides
Is the screen on up there?
it's brutal. Here we go. It's gonna turn on here. We've got some messages.
Okay, you and I would agree that when you sent these messages back in November and December of 2021, when these messages were sent, at that point you thought differently about the case than you do now.
Correct.
But the information you had at the time was information that you had personal knowledge about because you had just talked to Jennifer Crumbley and had just exchanged all these messages, correct?
Correct.
You would also agree with me that when somebody in the courtroom shows you one message without the context around it, sometimes it's difficult to remember all of what you were talking about, correct?
It can be. Right.
So for example, the prosecution asked you about this message, okay, on page 53. And I'm going to go up a little bit and then we're going to go through it to see if the answer might be different.
Okay.
When you testified to the prosecutor, you recall testifying that Jennifer Crumbley, you believe, told you to delete all your messages, correct? And I'm going to go down. I'm so sorry.
I was just referring to what I read.
Okay, so 53, they just put up this text that says, clear your cache, I don't know, how do you say that?
Cache.
Okay, they didn't show you the messages before it or after it, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so let's go up a little bit before it, okay? Prior to that conversation, so if we just go a little bit up in the messages, okay? Jennifer Crumbley says, and this is specifically on page 53, and I'll leave it still, I apologize. Jennifer Crumbley said, can you see if James's account is deactivated? Correct?
Correct.
Now by that, you knew she was meaning his Facebook account.
Correct.
So you said, and it's up on the screen, I'll check. Your next message to her, about a minute later, was nope, still up, correct?
Right.
Now, you would agree with me that you were responding to the message about is James's account still up? His Facebook account.
But yes.
So while you were having this text conversation, you went in and checked to see if you could see James's Facebook page.
Correct.
Now, Jennifer says to you, and I'm going to just keep going further down, we just bought new phones with old numbers to take care of this shit, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, it's when she's trying to delete all social media accounts. You are aware of that, correct?
Yes.
And Jennifer types to you, and this is the message the prosecution brought in, clear your cache, correct?
Correct.
And you said, good move, correct?
Correct.
She says after clear your, I'm going to say cache because I don't really know how you say it.
Cache.
She says clear your cache, then check, okay? And you wrote cache cleared, it's still up, correct?
Correct.
By clear your cache, she was saying close Facebook and restart
Objection,
it.
Judge, again, speculation.
Well, it does call for speculation.
I can ask him what he thought it meant. I'm sorry. Okay. When she's trying to find out if his account has been effectively deactivated, what did you do to see if the account had been deactivated?
What it says, I cleared my cache. It means that when Facebook cleared the cache, which keeps, I don't know the computer terminology, but it tracks stuff or whatever. So it kind of would make it refresh, so I would get a fresh view.
So you wanted to refresh it to get a fresh view to see if the open account was then closed.
Correct.
So this is not about deleting messages. This is about checking the status of a Facebook account.
Objection, speculation.
I'm asking him if he perceived it to be. Did you believe this message exchange was to find out if James's Facebook was closed?
Yes, that's what it looks like right now.
Okay, and then the conversation keeps going. Jennifer Crumbley says he can't get into it and we not deactive or hot deactive. Do you see that?
Yes.
And Jennifer writes WTF. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then you wrote, whatever you did, the second attempt to deactivate your account worked. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, so looking at this now, then Jennifer says, so it's gone. And she says his, to specifically ask you, his Facebook account now is gone, correct?
Correct.
And you say, no, it's still up. Then you say his page is gone, right?
Correct.
Okay, so when we look at more context around that message, clear your cache, do you believe that the intent was to have you refresh to figure out if the Facebook account was active and had become deactivated?
Yes.
Thank you.
That was a win. It was a long,
All right.
hard-fought win, but she got there.
I am going to go through with you messages that were exchanged between yourself and Jennifer Crumbley back in November and December of last year, okay? They've been admitted and the prosecutor asked you about a few of the messages, okay? I will put the messages up on the screen, and if you need more context around what I'm showing you, I need you to tell me, okay? And I'm going to apologize in advance. Some of these are going to go out of order. I'm going to go in order of the messages, okay?
Okay.
So if my questions bounce around, it's because I just prepared them in a few minutes, okay? All right, so let's go to page 7, okay? Okay, and this is...
So the prosecutors made it look like when Jennifer said, clear your cache, she was saying hide all the evidence of this talking.
7,
and it was not like that at all. So she got that out in front of the jury. That was a good win.
after talking about, Jennifer's asking you, and I'm going to have it right on the screen, is my Facebook page still showing? I deactivated it, and you said you'll check, right?
Yes.
Okay, you told Jennifer you'll have plenty of threats, correct?
Correct.
And you told her at that point, I can still see your page, James's also, right?
Correct.
Okay, going down further, okay, so I'm gonna go to page 8 of this text thread, and you can tell me if I'm going too fast. Jennifer sent you screenshots, okay, and I see 1, 2, 3 screenshots. Those were threatening messages that she had received, correct?
It appears that way. I can't see well.
And you told her right after that, that won't stop, and suggested to her, do not respond, correct? Is that right?
I'll explain this when we get a break about the cache.
Now, there is pages 8 through... After page 8, okay, there's a number of screenshots, okay, that you begin sending on page 11, okay? And so on page 11, you send 1, 2, 3 shots. Those are threats you found on her Facebook to make her aware of those, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so then we go on to page 12. There's 3 more screenshots you sent to Jennifer showing her 3 more threats.
Correct.
Then going down, okay, and I think the jury is getting this, page 13, 14, 15, and 16 all contain more individual threats against Jennifer, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say at that point, you knew people were threatening her and her husband.
Yes.
On page 16, you say, I can't...
Hold on, objection. If you can't even see them on the screen, how is this witness able to say correct to her affirmative question, this is a threat? The witness needs to say whether or not, one, he can read it. If he can't read it, does he remember it independently? Because that's important to know.
Your Honor, if I knew this was
And even can counsel read it?
Okay, yeah, ask the question, and yeah, ask him the question.
Okay, my question is, those messages that you provided to Jennifer were to show Jennifer specific threats that you could see on her Facebook page, correct?
I would say they were that what was going on, bad things being said, anything like that along those lines. That just there were a lot of people saying horrible things.
So some of them may not be a specific threat, but it's horrible things, correct? And overall, the things you are sending to Jennifer Crumbley, you, in your mind, want her to stay safe, correct?
Correct.
In the moment when you're sending her these texts, you are worried about her safety.
Making her aware of what's going on in the community.
And there was so much bad stuff, so many bad messages and threats and whatever else, that you said to her,
Objection
I
in the form of
can't...
the question, so much bad stuff, threats, whatever else.
Yeah,
unless he has personal knowledge, that's his problem.
Well, we just had him testify about the personal knowledge, so...
Okay, so you saw there's negative things in the press, there's negative texts, there's negative Facebook posts.
Thank you,
and
Robert.
You're sending some of them to her.
Yes.
Okay,
upgraded
and
to
it
a
got
jury
to the
member.
point where you told Jennifer you couldn't keep up.
Yes.
There were that many.
Yes.
And again, on page 17, and I'm not going to go through each one, but on 17 through 27, okay? So over the next 10 pages of screenshots, you're still sending, I called them bad messages, which is
Judge,
vague.
objection, she can't refer to them as anything.
If you know, what are they?
What are these?
What are they, if you know?
If there's screenshots they took off Facebook, it was things people were saying regarding them.
But unless he has specific recollection, Judge, you can't testify without personal knowledge. It's basic rule.
During that time, were you sending her screenshots of anything else?
No.
Thank you. Now, when you and Jennifer were talking, and if you need more context, let me know. I'm going to ask you about some specific things, but I've got the whole thread up, okay? Jennifer says to you, and I'm on page 30 of the text, her reaction was, Ethan ruined his life, our lives, and multiple others. I don't even know how to absorb this, correct?
Correct.
That was a response she gave to you about her, her feelings, as far as you could tell.
Yes.
Now, going further down on page 31, she said to you, I'm in panic business mode and I need legal help stat, correct?
Correct.
What was your impression, what is your belief panic business mode means?
I don't know. Looking at what I'm just trying to pick out, I don't understand what.
She goes on in her next text to talk about selling the horse.
Okay.
And in these texts, she ends up talking to you about what she's doing with her pets. Correct?
I don't see that. I can just see what talking to Kara about for the horse. I'm sorry, I don't.
No, that's okay. I don't want to cut you off, and I'm sorry I didn't mean to. My question is, as Jennifer's texting you, it's obvious, and tell me if it's not, that she's trying to take care of various business
Objection.
related to their house and work.
Speculation again.
If you know, what was she doing and telling you about this?
What I see right here is dealing with the horses. That's what I can see with this page up.
Okay, we'll get to some of the other things later then. Now, when she mentioned getting an attorney, on page 32, you specifically asked her to defend you two or Ethan too, correct?
Correct.
And her response to you on page 32 was Ethan.
Correct.
Further, on page 32, Jennifer wrote to you, then there's the fact that the system failed. They should have never blown it off and made it seem of no concern and gave him the option to go back to class, correct?
Correct.
That does not say, I chose for him to go back to class.
Correct.
Jennifer Crumbley says it could have been prevented.
Correct.
Jennifer texts you or messages you, the whole conversation was very nonchalant. Oh, here's a list of counselors, but we don't see him as a threat. And we just agreed because he, capital letters, has never done anything wrong, correct?
Correct.
And when this text came in, you believed she was talking about the counseling meeting that you knew she had had at the school.
Correct.
In her description in this text is that they were nonchalant.
Correct.
And she, you know Jennifer Crumbley, you've dealt with her before, correct?
Correct.
In your opinion, knowing Jennifer, did she seem upset with the school?
It appears, yes.
She also goes on page 33 to say, I failed as a parent, I failed miserably, correct?
Correct.
Knowing Jennifer, did you believe she felt horrible? You wrote back to her in response to that comment, you didn't do this, correct?
Correct.
And on
It sounds like
page
we have strategic
35,
coffers
I'm
that cough right
scrolling
with the
down
answers.
further. She lets you know, I'm scared. Correct?
Correct.
And you say to her, I bet you literally need to disappear once you are free to do so. Yes?
Yes.
Why were you suggesting that she needed to disappear?
Just because of the public, everybody knowing everything that's going on with their names and everything, you can't be in the public once that your name's out like that.
So not being in the public, you were suggesting to her, you need to disappear in terms of not have the public see where you are, things like that, correct?
Correct.
On page 36, Mrs. Crumbley is talking to you a little bit more and mentions to you, my son did this. I still can't even figure out where his brain snapped. Correct?
Correct.
That was what she said to you on December 1st, so the day after the shooting. Correct?
Correct.
And your response to her, when she says she doesn't know how his brain snapped, was, I do not know, right?
Right.
You have no idea what could have happened.
Correct.
You had no idea or reason to see personally that something like a shooting was going to happen, right?
Correct.
So when you were testifying earlier that you had concerns that day and thought a shooting might happen, that's a new opinion you have that's different from this day when you were messaging Jennifer.
That was, I wasn't ever thinking a shooting was going to take place. I was thinking more he would hurt himself.
So you never thought a shooting would take place at that time, after that time, or now?
Correct.
So if you were concerned about anything from any conversations with Jennifer, it was about him hurting himself.
Correct.
Jennifer goes on and she's talking to you further about her reaction to everything that happens. And on page 36, she tells you, I want to die. Is that fair?
Yes.
And on 36, you told her, be careful of anything you type on Messenger or text. It will all be subpoenaed and kept track of. The FBI is involved. They can access anything and everything, correct?
Correct.
And on that day, you were informing Jennifer, just know everything you say, law enforcement can get.
Correct.
And you were sending that because that's what you believed.
Correct.
And this is an example of everything they could get, correct?
Correct.
And at no time did Jennifer say to you, delete certain messages or anything, correct?
Correct.
And she didn't say to you, oh God, I gotta go delete all these messages, right?
Correct.
In fact, she just keeps texting you through the next couple days, through Facebook Messenger.
Correct.
Even after you give her the advice, they're gonna get it all, yes?
Yes.
I'm going down to 39. And at 9:25 a.m. on 12/1, Jennifer Crumbley's told you that he is being arraigned and tried as an adult. Watching it now. You would agree with me she's talking about her son at that point?
Yes.
The shooter.
Yes.
You told her you had just heard it and asked how she was doing.
Correct.
And her response at 9:26 was, I'm sick.
Correct.
Thank you, Good Vibe Stacy.
And then
I think
I'm
they may
going
have
down
flipped this witness.
to page 40. I'm skipping a couple messages, but if you need me to go back, you can let me know. trying to find a place to stay right now. Jennifer sent that to you at 9:47 in the morning. Yes?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that when she sent you this text and said trying to find a place to stay right now, you knew she could not go to her home.
Correct.
And you also would agree with me that this was at a time when there was lots of threats, as we've discussed.
Objection, again, specificity, and we've already talked about this.
There was negativity. There was lots of negativity, correct?
I think that's a determination for the jury to make. Looking at the evidence.
Now, on page 41, you say to Jennifer, I'm glad you're safely out of the area. Jen, I can't even imagine being in your shoes. Why did you say those things?
Going back to like all the messages and everything, where something involving her family or something happened, and I can't imagine me in her shoes. Like, hey, bro,
Now, going down, she's asking you if you've heard anything, any other rumors, correct?
Yes.
You're telling her, I haven't heard anything.
Correct.
And then she says to you on 12/1 at 11:10, we heard we may get charged too, correct?
Correct.
And your response at 11:12 was, that was mentioned on a news station. I don't know how both of you can be charged. I can only assume they will charge James with the handgun not being secured, correct?
Correct.
Now, at that point, there was a message that was unsent that said, we had the string lock on it, came with the case, correct?
Hold on, objection, unsent, it was deleted.
Right.
We've already had this.
Okay,
So,
go ahead.
okay, so the message she sent you that was deleted is we had the string lock on it, came with the case.
Correct.
Okay, so Jennifer's representing to you, we had the gun locked.
That's the message I'm seeing now. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't.
That's the message you're seeing now,
Correct.
and that's the message the prosecution is saying she unsent you.
Correct.
Objection, it's not the prosecution saying this,
Yes,
it's the evidence.
it's the expert who testified about
Thank you.
what happens to unsent messages.
Well, I don't believe that he would know what the expert said, but Mr. Keaston, his questioning said.
Okay, well, his objection was that you mischaracterized that. So.
Okay. The message about we had the string lock on it, do you know what a string lock is?
There isn't a string lock, but I know what was being referenced to it. A
What?
cable lock was being referenced.
A cable lock?
Correct.
So the message to you does not say, oh my God, the gun was unlocked, right?
Right.
Even if she unsent the message to you and you never got it, the message says we had the string lock on
Yes, deleted again, it's mischaracterizing the evidence.
it. It's unsent.
Well, no, it was sent and deleted. They retrieved it through an extraction.
Okay, but I guess my point is the message that was retracted does not say we left it unlocked. That's what I'm asking.
Edward, he can testify that what the messages are. I introduced the exhibit. Edward Wogrowski already testified to what this means. So
Okay.
I think that speaks for itself.
Okay. Well, I think she switched to a different question. You didn't get a message from her saying that the gun was unlocked.
This part's tedious, but she's going to try to get every bit she can out of this. She opened the door. She wants to get the mileage from this witness she can.
On page 44, there's another message that appears to be deleted. Deleted or unsent. Which word would you prefer me use? Deleted?
It's not my
retracted?
word, Judge.
I'm asking you just so we can avoid
counsel.
Pick a word.
I don't want to be addressed by counsel.
Okay, well, ask the
Pick
question.
a word.
Okay, there's another message that was sent and then
Okay,
deleted.
there's another message that indicates it was unsent on page 44.
It would have been a message that he received, right? So it would have been a message he received.
Okay, so the message was everything was secured, not loaded, bullets stored away separately. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Correct? Jennifer did not send you any messages that says, we were careless with that weapon.
Correct.
She did not send you any messages like, oh my God, we left it unlocked and left the bullets in it, correct?
Right.
Your understanding of what Jennifer says is secured, not loaded, bullets stored away separately, correct?
Correct.
And she is saying, OMG, OMG, OMG. You agree with me, that means, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God.
This is a friendly text conversation between two
Jennifer
friends. So
goes
she's going to go
on
over
page
every piece of
45
this.
and
It
says,
makes Jennifer look the best in this conversation.
there's an unsent message at 12:42, okay? And so the next message has the unsent message, and it reads...
Judge, I hate to keep doing this, but it's mischaracterizing the evidence.
Yeah, it was sent to him and he received it, and then it was later deleted.
I guess I'm not understanding this unsent thing. Okay, so there's a message Jennifer Crumbley deleted.
But it was first sent.
That was first sent.
And then it was extracted.
So it's extracted, it was ultimately deleted. That message says, oh, no, I'll never be okay. I lost my son, and he's a murderer, and I'll forever have to live with the guilt of that, correct?
Correct.
And she says, I'm not even sure life is worth living anymore. Correct? Jennifer Crumbley, at this point, from knowing her and receiving these texts, feels, from what you know of her as a person, you would believe she feels really, really, really awful.
Speculation.
Well, it doesn't go for speculation.
I asked him from what he knows of her.
Still speculation.
Jennifer also texted you, messaged you.
I think the jury can draw conclusions from that.
I have nothing left to live for. B was it. And I take it to mean he was it. I have nothing to live for. He was it. Does that message make sense to you?
Yeah, yes.
What is your understanding or belief about it?
Assuming that was he was it, that's what she was looking for either.
This witness has gotten very quiet. Obviously, it's
on page
very
48,
embarrassing
so
for him
I'm
up
going
there on the
down a
stand.
little bit further. You gave her a warning at the top of that page about anyone that goes to your house will have their pictures, license plates, and identity plastered all over social media. People have lost their minds and need to rein it in before they get into trouble, correct?
Correct.
And you also said he wasn't, I've met him. That message is accurately displayed, correct?
Correct.
Okay, to give it some context, above that, Jennifer wrote to you, Ethan wasn't a bad kid, Brian, on 47, correct?
Yes.
And when you say he wasn't, I've met him, that's because you've met Ethan, correct?
Correct.
And you knew about Ethan from talking to Jennifer.
Yes.
So earlier today when you testified, you've never met Ethan. You actually have met Ethan.
Oh, I met him. I don't remember ever testifying I had not met him.
Oh, I apologize. I thought you said you had not met him.
You did.
I apologize then if I said it wrong.
I heard that he said he hadn't met him. I think we all heard that.
You
Couple apologies
continue
there.
on and say, I can't condone or justify what he did, but I do know that he wasn't a bad kid, correct?
Correct.
So from what you know from Jennifer, prior to any of this, she had never complained to you that he was a bad kid. She had never complained to you that he had any kind of mental health issues or suspected mental health issues.
Correct.
Jennifer's position on page 49, she says we will never be the same. And then her next text is, it's like mourning the death of my child, correct?
Correct.
It's fair to say that Mrs. Crumbley expressed sadness in these messages to you about her feelings with her son, correct?
Correct.
She expressed sadness about what happened to the victims and their families, correct? And the whole...
Objection to the characterization of this evidence, Judge. You can read what's on the text. You can't testify to what Jennifer Crumbley was trying to express to him. Just the words.
Did she ever state that? Did she ever state that in the text?
Just what I'm reading here is, I'm reading what's here, I'm sorry.
So these texts speak for themselves.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, and I apologize that I have to go through these one by one. I didn't have these before. I didn't know they were being used. Now that I know they're being used, they have important information this jury needs.
Okay.
Okay.
They're paying very close attention.
On page 49,
Had an apologize in there. We counted it, added it to the counter. Thank you.
Jennifer tells you, don't apologize, Ethan's life is over. I need to focus on saving ours. Staying out of jail and not going into a financial hole, correct?
Correct.
And then she says to you, I really need my giving phone back.
Correct.
Knowing Jennifer, having texted with her many times,
I don't think giving
she
is
meant
what she meant to
fucking phone, correct?
Okay. I
Again,
was going to say
Judge,
it.
can't speculate.
I wasn't going to say it.
Well, he doesn't know.
I don't know.
Okay. You respond to her, yes, you support her in this. Yes, you really need to focus on you, capital letters. Nothing you do and no attorney is keeping him out of multiple life sentences. You need to get an attorney to defend yourself, correct?
Correct.
Then you say you don't know how or what they'll charge, but they will try.
Correct.
And she says she's working on retaining an attorney.
Correct.
Now, she mentions to you on the bottom of page 50, they're saying involuntary manslaughter, correct?
Correct.
This is on December 2nd at 1:30 in the afternoon. Or, you know what, I'm sorry, 1:30. Is that correct?
It's morning, isn't it? I believe that's at 5.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. So it's at 1:30 in the morning. Jennifer says they're saying involuntary manslaughter.
Got that, sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, the time is not correct. I'm sorry, the 1:31 p.m. is at HTC, right? We're going back to so it's like 9 in the morning? I'm just trying to clarify so I don't lose where I'm at. I'm sorry. I put my time on it.
I have to be honest, I don't remember how that goes, the plus or minus, but ultimately, this text was sent to you before official charges were announced.
It appears so. I don't.
So the basis of knowledge that you're relying on is what you're hearing in media and what people are telling you, correct?
Correct.
When he says he's
It appears
testifying based on what
page
he's learned since
51,
then.
that Jennifer deleted
That was
another message that she sent you and deleted that says, we're on the run again, helicopters, not sure where to, I'll message you, correct?
Correct.
Now, when Jennifer says to you, we're on the run, she also verbally told you, we're running away from the threats and the media.
Objection, I don't believe there's any evidence that they had any verbal conversations.
Yeah, I didn't hear him testify to that yet.
Well, let me back up and ask a different question.
Okay.
Did Jennifer say anything to you that they were on the run, running from police?
Objection, say. I mean, we have to be specific here.
Yeah, did you talk to her on the phone?
I don't recall.
Okay, so when she says helicopters, do you know what that means? And if you don't, that's okay.
News media?
Yeah, I know what a helicopter is. I don't.
I know what a helicopter is.
Do you know why she typed that to you?
No, I'm really not understanding what it.
Okay, then that's okay. That's okay, thank you. On page 54, Jennifer says to you that she's deleting accounts and deactivating accounts. She talks to you about that again, correct?
Yes.
Now, on page 55, so going further down, we're on December 2nd. Later that morning, I'm going in order in terms of your testimony. Does that sound fair?
Yes.
Okay. So going down more, on page 55, we can agree that Jennifer told you she just got into her email and there's so many death threats and hate. I literally just want to die. That's what Jennifer says to you. It says on here at 12/2/21 at 5:23 p.m. UTC+0, correct?
Correct.
This is before the charges against Mrs. Crumbley were announced.
I believe so. I'm really having trouble with the dates. What day is this compared to shooting? I'm sorry. I'm getting a little
No,
jumbled.
that's okay. The shooting was on November 30th.
30th. Okay.
Okay, and we're talking now
It's 2
about
days after.
we're talking now about December 2nd.
Okay.
And then
2 days after.
just to make sure you have the context, on December 3rd, that was the day the press conference was held and Jennifer Crumbley was charged.
Okay.
Okay, so does that help
Yes.
keep it straight? Okay. So she tells you that she got in her email. Okay, then the next thing she says on page 56, which is the next page, is that her texts are even worse. Correct?
Correct.
On 59 through 61, there are a variety of screenshots that we see here. Did you see those as I went through on page 57?
Yes. I don't know. I can't see what they are, but I see you showing me screenshots.
That was going to be my question, and if you don't know, just tell me. Do you have any recollection of what those were?
I do not.
On page 59 through 61, you send a variety more, it looks like screenshots. You don't remember what those specifically were, correct?
Correct.
Any messages that you were forwarding were negative towards Mrs. Crumbley. Is that fair?
I don't know what these are. I can't see them.
At that point in time, were you still seeing negativity on social media and in the public?
I don't recall.
His poor memory is hampering the defense
On
getting
page
mileage from some of these.
62, Jennifer says, I need people who know us as parents to be behind us more than ever, correct?
Correct.
She never said something to you like, I need you to lie for me, right?
Correct.
There's 3 more screenshots sent. Any idea about those?
No idea. Not without seeing them.
Okay, then on page 64, Mrs. Crumbley sends you some screenshots. Do you see those?
Yes.
Now, I do believe the next text after may refresh your memory on what those screenshots were. Jennifer Crumbley wrote, this is what they found, a non-threat. When you were testifying earlier, you testified to the prosecution that that was when Mrs. Crumbley sent you copies of those the math worksheets.
Correct.
You began asking questions about the school and said they fucked up badly, correct?
Correct.
And she tells you there was a paper they showed that had things scratched out.
Yes, I see.
Okay, and towards the bottom of the page, Jennifer Crumbley says, and this is on December 3rd at 12:17 UTC+0, no, counselor and dean were in the room. They have us counselors' names to call, but said they didn't see him as a threat and he could stay in school, which he wanted to do. His fucking backpack was with him. Why didn't they search it? That's the text you received from Jennifer Crumbley.
Correct.
At that point, and at no point, you didn't say anything to Jennifer like, this is your fault, correct?
Correct.
It was unfathomable that something so awful would happen.
Yeah.
On page 66, Jennifer continues to tell you different things by messages, and she says no officer was notified, and apparently there were threats and no one, not even us, notified, correct?
Correct.
And you said, I don't understand how the school was so nonchalant about this and prior threats, correct?
Correct.
You sent that text because your belief was there were prior threats that Mrs. Crumbley had never heard about.
I don't know. I just know what I'm writing here. I don't recall exactly.
Okay, fair enough. If Mrs. Crumbley and you had ever discussed prior threats she knew about, you would have said something to her like, you knew Ethan had made prior threats, correct?
Correct.
You don't say anything like that to Mrs. Crumbley at this point.
Right, I don't.
Okay? And then Jennifer says, I don't know, but it failed my son and 4 other families, correct?
Correct.
And then she says at the end of that page on 66, yes, but my child is alive, and he was responsible for, in capital lives, the loss of lives.
Correct.
I'm sick. Correct?
Correct.
On page 67, so I'm just going down further, he told you his eyes not right on his mugshot. That's not, in capital letters, my son. Is that correct?
Correct.
Welcome,
you
just
responded, I said the same thing. That does not, in capital letters, look like Ethan.
Correct.
Why did you say that?
I'm going to say because it doesn't look like the pictures of Ethan I've seen.
Okay.
That's all I can say.
At that point, were you feeling shocked in any way?
I was shocked about the whole thing. I can't.
Now, on 68, you end up telling Jennifer, it's so sad, I'm so sorry, and thinking about you nonstop, correct?
Correct.
It's fair to say that you wrote that because you were so sad, you did feel so sorry, and you were thinking about her, and everyone, everything that was happening nonstop.
Yeah.
Jennifer responds about how she's doing when you ask her, are you even sleeping, correct?
Correct.
And she says no. You say, I figured, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I'm on page 69 now. She says, I haven't slept in 3 days, and I have been eating the same quesadilla for 3 days, correct?
Correct.
You told her you need food and sleep, but I'm sure it will take days before you can do either, correct?
Correct.
You said that because you could tell the person you knew felt really bad.
Correct.
Jennifer then says, I'll have plenty of time on jail, correct?
Correct.
You know Jennifer to be a sarcastic person, correct?
Correct.
You would agree with me, and if you don't, please let us know. That was a sarcastic remark on her part.
You can't agree with that, Judge. It's speculation.
Do you know?
I don't know. Like reading this.
On this date, back on December 3rd, you wrote, "Your attorney will prevent that. I'm still very pissed off at the prosecutor and system for charging you two. They are doing it to appease the public. That's called a witch hunt, not justice, correct?"
Correct.
And to that, Jennifer replied, "I'd rather die than go to jail," correct?
Correct.
Not the first time throughout this thread she said she wants to die.
Correct.
As the text thread continues, on page 72, I'm going down, but again, if you need me to slow down, let me know.
Yeah, that was really fast.
Although we're going slow.
You skipped like 3 pages.
She said, "You've helped us a ton. Just being a friend and not judging has helped." Your remarks within those messages, not text, was, "I'm trying my best. That's what real friends do," correct?
Correct.
At that point in time, on December 3rd, 2021, you would characterize yourself as real friends with Jennifer Crumbley.
Correct.
And James Crumbley.
Correct.
Following that, there's discussion about courses on 72. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
It's a 77-page document. If we're on page 72.
The boys, you know she's talking
We're
about
almost
animals.
done.
Correct.
On page 73, she indicates to you, "Yeah, we're painted out to be monsters, and I can't defend myself because we're fearing our lives." Correct?
Correct.
So on December 3rd, the day before the day charges are announced, Jennifer is saying that she's painted out to be a monster.
Correct.
You end up responding to her, and I have to ask, is this sometime in the afternoon?
Are we asking these messages right here?
Yeah, I'm asking, what's your memory of when these messages were?
Well, it showed almost 2 p.m., so I'd have to back that up 5 hours, correct? I don't know how to do UTC. I know it's 5 hours, and I'm not sure how that does that.
So it
Does that
would,
put that at 9 in the morning?
okay,
I
well,
don't know.
it's sometime that day, and obviously the times, we can sort those out later.
Okay.
They're on the text, right?
Yes.
On the messages. And you said you have more support than you think, but right now, anyone who publicly defends you and James gets exposed, crucified, and threatened. I've been defending you and explaining to anyone who contacts me privately, correct?
Correct.
You were defending her knowing that there was a lot in the media and things people were saying that are not true about Jennifer Crumbley.
Reaction to the vagueness of the question, Judge?
Well, I think you kind of put words in his mouth.
Yeah, too.
I guess I'll ask you, why did you say that you felt like anyone who publicly defended her and James was exposed, crucified, and threatened? What did you mean by that?
That it was such a horrific incident that nobody can possibly stand up for anything that has to do with other than the loss of lives and anything. That's the only way you can say anything about that. You can't try doing anything any other way about that.
So it's fair to say you certainly didn't want to make public statements that you were friends with Jennifer, correct?
Correct.
And at that point, Jennifer says, "I know, thank you. I don't want anyone in danger," correct?
Correct.
And further down, I'm on page, let's see here, 74. This is at December 3rd, 2021 at 2:36 p.m. UTC plus 0, so we'll calculate that out later. At that time, she says, "Not yet, waiting on my lawyer," correct?
Correct.
Now, that was in response to your question, have they advised you of all charges? Have they issued warrants, right?
Correct.
So her response, not yet, waiting on my lawyer, that was the response she sent to you. And at that point, you wrote to her, follow his or her advice carefully. Do not fuck yourselves. Be careful, Jen, and my thoughts are with you. Why were you telling her not to fuck herself?
Just to make sure she followed legal counsel advice.
And
not to do anything else.
From all of the messages you had with her or any communications, Jennifer Crumbley never said to you, I don't plan to follow my lawyer's advice, correct?
Correct.
Jennifer Crumbley never said, I'm going to lie about things.
Correct.
We still have redirect on this witness, and it could get crazy. We'll see how this
After
goes.
that, there's some exchanges on page 75, 76 about reaching out to her, talking about money with Kira. Do you recall those messages?
Yes.
So at that point, you were trying to assist her in selling the horses.
Correct.
And ultimately, this is towards the end of the messages, the end of your communication with Jennifer Crumbley, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. She gave you lawyer's number, and then there's a phone number. If we need to do any type of legal sale of the horses that Kira needs, I can't get into my house to get the papers, correct?
Correct.
You tell her I'll put it in my phone, meaning you'll put the lawyer's number in your phone. Is that right?
Correct.
So at that point, you did save the number for the lawyer in your telephone. Is that a fair statement?
I don't know.
Okay. You said you were going to do that at 4:13 and 35 seconds UTC plus 0 at whatever time that is, correct?
Correct.
You told her, I'll message her as soon as I get home. Do you want to call me? And she says to you, send me your number, correct?
Correct.
At that point, Jennifer did not have the, if you know, and if you don't know, you can let me know. Do you know why she was asking you for your phone number?
I don't.
The last message you got from Jennifer Crumbley was on December 3rd, 2021 at 5:57 and 25 seconds UTC plus 0. That was the last message you heard from Jennifer Crumbley.
Okay.
Is that correct?
I don't know. I can't see what. Yes.
Would it be fair to say that the last message you sent to her was this last message we see on the thread? Any chance that your neighbor can get the papers for the horses? I can sign them. Kira seems to really want those purchases.
Yes.
I have to ask you just a couple of quick questions about your relationship with Mrs. Crumbley. When you and Mrs. Crumbley spent time together, most of the time, what part of the day was it?
Morning.
Was it mornings of work days or weekends, if you know?
Work days.
Okay. And I am sorry to invade private details, but approximately, did you have a usual time that you would see each other?
I don't recall. Normal time.
Okay. During those times, you're not aware of where Jennifer Crumbley's son would be?
School, I don't.
So it would be fair to say that times you and Jennifer Crumbley were together were when her son would have been school days, correct?
Correct.
In terms of the extent of your relationship, were there many trips or overnights or things like that?
No.
That if it ever did happen, was very minimal, correct?
Correct.
And at the end of the day, despite the fact that you and Mrs. Crumbley may have had an affair, you never believed that Mrs. Crumbley didn't care about her son, correct?
Correct.
Her relationship with you was very separate from her relationship with her child.
Correct.
And the amount of time that she spent with you was very minimal compared to the amount of time you knew she'd be at home and with her son and doing other things.
That's speculation, unless he has a lot of details.
Yeah, that, he didn't say that, so.
Okay, I can ask a better question. Throughout the days, while you and Mrs. Crumbley would talk to one another, you would frequently tell each other what you were doing as the day went on, correct?
Yeah.
I guess overall, during a typical week in 2021, how many times would you say you would see Jennifer Crumbley in person?
Once, maybe. I don't know.
Okay, so we're not...
In 21.
So we're not talking every day or anything like that, correct?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Why did you stop communicating with her?
As soon as I saw in the news that the warrants were issued and they were being apprehended, but not
turning themselves in?
Correct.
Okay. So I just want to make sure that we're all clear. You're not accusing anyone in law enforcement of threatening you, are you?
No.
Okay. And in fact, when you interviewed with investigator Mike Thomas December of 2023, he actually referred to you as brother. Would that be right?
Correct.
And you guys left the interview with exchanging phone numbers, and you actually called him the next
Your
day.
Honor, I would ask the leading question to stop.
Okay. So what was the tenor of that conversation? Was it an interrogation? Was his voice elevated like mine, or was he calm?
That's still a leading question.
It went back and forth. It varied.
Okay. Did you feel like you were being yelled at?
At some point.
So one point he asked you about your pension. I'm going to look at the transcript here. When he first introduced himself to you, he was talking about you, how long you've been a firefighter, and your answer was, here 21 and a half years. He said, okay. And I worked for Independence, and I was on call for 7 hours before here. And then Mr. Thomas said, pensioner, straight 401. She asked specifically if he was threatened that his pension would be revoked. I think it's important that the jury understands what that context was.
Your Honor, all I'm asking for is that I get a chance for recross, because if the prosecutor's going to pick tiny parts of this transcript and not the whole thing, that's a problem.
Hold on, yeah.
No, I don't have the transcript.
She has, okay, first of all, the allegation of picking tiny parts, she accused 2 veteran officers of threatening when this witness said, no, he wasn't threatened. And I think it's important for me to go through that transcript, that interview, to talk about the portion that she brought up.
Jury's covering their
He
heads.
can take whatever questions he wants out of there. He doesn't have to, he can ask whatever he wants about that. You don't have a transcript?
I don't.
She can make her own transcript. She's a retained attorney.
It's fine.
Okay, wait. You have.
I've seen the audio. I took my own notes from it.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So, okay.
You've seen the interview?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
You pensioner straight 401. You said pension. How much longer you got? 3.5. You got a COLA, cost of living out of it? Your response, yeah. What's your COLA? Oh, I don't know what it is now. I think it's, what's your multiplier? 2.8. Was he threatening to take your pension away?
No.
Okay. Did you ever feel like he was going to have your job
That's just
taken from you?
fireman small talk.
You were asked... Mr. Thomas asked you about the importance for the truth. Now, as a veteran firefighter, are you surprised that law enforcement wanted to gather the truth?
No.
Okay. And in fact, you agreed.
Your Honor, I would ask objection to leading questions.
Judge,
You would
on
agree
redirect,
with leading.
I am entitled to some leeway, especially in light of what counsel asked.
Not to leading questions.
Okay, let's not ask leading questions.
Okay, well, that didn't suggest the answer.
I know you can do it, Mr. Peace.
All right.
I know you
Sir,
remember
you were
to ask
interviewed by
that
law
question.
enforcement?
Yes.
Yes, okay. And in December of 2021 was the first interview?
Yes.
Okay. So you were asked specifically about certain things that were said in that interview. And you did tell the police in the interview that she said she was worried he might hurt himself or something like that. That was your type statement.
Yes.
Okay. And you repeated that again in December of 2023.
Yes.
Okay. And then you testified to that today.
Yes.
That's never changed.
Correct.
All right. So the very first interview you had with law enforcement.
Your Honor, objection to leading questions.
I didn't even ask the question.
Well,
The last three were leading.
He asked him, did you make this a statement in your written, did you say this in your written statement? Yes. Did you put this statement, did you testify to this? Yes. So I don't think that was leading.
Okay. You told the police in December of 2021 about an extramarital affair.
That's leading.
What did you tell the police about your relationship with Jennifer Crumbley?
Correct.
What did you tell the police?
Extramarital.
Okay. Did you give all the details?
No.
Okay. Did you tell the police how many times a week you would meet her?
No.
Okay. Did you tell the police about trips and specific times during the week?
No.
Okay. Now, why didn't you give all of those details in December of 2021?
Because I don't want those made public.
Okay. Are you happy about being here today?
No.
All right. What was your thought in withholding some of that information?
That it would protect people in my life, other people in my life, my family, my wife.
I imagine you've had some conversations since that time.
Yes.
Okay. Did you know how Jennifer Crumbley parented?
No.
Okay. Was that ever a topic of conversation?
No.
But you do know that you met her.
This is leading.
In a Costco parking lot across the street from her employer. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And that would happen, as counsel said, during the work days?
Correct.
And during work hours?
Correct.
Okay. And you don't
Leading
recall how
question
often that
prompts or
happened, but was
encourages
it a
an
regular
answer,
thing?
desired answer.
You also told us that Jennifer Crumbley, in that Facebook post, told you she had a string lock. Is there such a thing as a string lock?
No.
Okay. You also told us that she told you that her son's friend committed suicide, and that the school didn't send her the original drawing. That's all in those Facebook posts. Is that correct? Okay.
Correct.
And did you come to learn that those three things were actually not true?
Yes.
These are leading questions. But the worst part is the objection to the counter to the objection to leading is like, Your Honor, we're trying to speed things up. We're trying to prove this. It's like, I don't care what you're trying to do. It's still a leading question.
Did Jennifer ever tell you the details about that meeting with the school?
Not that I recall.
Did she ever tell you anything about her son in the spring of 2021?
No.
Did she ever tell you anything specifically about March 9th, 17th, 20th, 21st of 2021?
No.
Did she ever tell you about anything with her son's life in April of 2021?
No.
Did she ever tell you anything about her life in June of 2021?
No.
Okay. Did she ever tell you that she didn't have to be at a meeting later in the day on November the 30th, 2021?
No.
In fact, she was able to leave work to meet you when it pleased her.
Yes.
Phrasing there was very, very important. Don't say it. Don't say it.
Sir, when you were subpoenaed, you were told that we were not going to bring out the extramarital affair. Is that correct?
That's
Your
a
Honor,
leading question.
objection. As far as it goes with legal issues, that is not appropriate questions in front of the jury.
Why is that not inappropriate?
Because the prosecution's trying to allege that I've done something to put this witness in a bad spot, when the evidence in this case requires the jury know all the information.
I think his question is directed at the fact that Mr. Melange was probably taken off guard when he testified today. Isn't that what your question's about?
Yes, Judge.
Yeah. You didn't know you were going to ask those things.
No.
Okay. Jennifer wrote to you that she felt like she failed as a parent.
That was in the message.
In the messages, yes. But she didn't tell you any of the specificity, any of the details regarding that.
No.
So she didn't tell you anything about the background of her son and her husband.
No.
And again, I just want to make something crystal clear. In the interviews you had with law enforcement, nobody ever told you that you would be fired.
This is a leading
Correct?
question.
No one ever told you that you had the risk of being fired.
Correct.
It's a leading
What
question.
were you told to do when you came to court today?
And tell the truth.
Okay. And have you told the truth?
Yes.
Correct. Thank you. Nothing further.
Your Honor, may I have two questions?
Yes.
Here we go.
Okay, Mr. Malesh, it's fair to say you testified earlier you have memory issues.
Yes.
Okay, describe those memory issues for this jury.
Judge, that's been asked and answered. It's beyond the scope of my redirect. And unless we're going to go through all the prior consistent statements.
I'll withdraw that question. Earlier when you testified, and this is my last question, you did say you had feelings that there was pressure on you about certain areas of your life being affected by your statements to police, correct?
Hold on, Judge. That's mischaracterizing the testimony. He's testified multiple times. He was not threatened.
Okay, well, she didn't ask that.
She has asked that.
Well,
I did ask that.
I've got this, I guess, a
did ask
little
that.
bit of inconsistent. I don't know if it's testimony or vibe from you. Did you, at any point, you said the police didn't threaten you, but
There were veiled threats.
well, I asked that. Did you feel like there were any veiled threats? He said yes, but he didn't tell me what those were. So, you know, did you feel pressure to tell the police some things, and if so, what were those pressures? You said that your job wasn't threatened.
Yes, Your Honor. Can I specify what I was trying to do to clarify?
Please.
I was trying to clarify. I felt I was guarding myself in my statements, and being the investigator was pushing it and inferring that this would all get out, which it has now, with what was going on. He didn't threaten my job. He was asking questions that were professionally related. Because I know he was trying to establish some sort of rapport with me because he worked in law enforcement, so he was asking about pensions. He did get more aggressive with it, and it was threatening as in personal information getting out about me out in the open to the public and stuff.
Okay.
I shouldn't say stuff, but did that help?
Okay.
No,
Either you
made
have
it
any
worse.
questions based on that?
I do.
Okay.
Did he ever tell you to say something that wasn't true?
No.
Okay. You were told to tell the truth.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Anything else?
You were asked questions repeatedly. The same question over and over, as we've done in this courtroom today. Correct? Thank you.
All right, I'm going to let you step down in your excuse.
Wow. Poor guy. Oh.
Okay, tell me what we're doing next.
We have a witness, right?
Okay, do you guys need a break? How long is this witness, do you think?
I like the judge's questioning.
I'd say the direct is about 30 minutes.
Okay. All right. All right, I'm going to excuse you for until 4 o'clock. Okay.
All right, for the jury.
So what we've got here, we've got a 7-minute break. A quick
approach after the jury.
Yeah. I want to ask you something too.
Jury's leaving. The jury gets a 7-minute break. The state has one more witness. They say it's going to take about 30 minutes. You can guess that cross would be about the same or shorter. That would get us done before 5.
You know, before the trial started, there were some issues raised about privileged records of the shooter and Fifth Amendment rights of the shooter. And I've had some filings from doctors, lawyers, from the lawyer for the shooter, and also by Ms. Smith. So she filed something, and I know that you responded today to it. I guess I feel like I've ruled on those issues, but I wanted to give you guys as much opportunity as possible because, as we've established, there is not a lot of law in this area, and I certainly have personally not found any law that would allow me to pierce a privilege possessed by the shooter. But that being said, I think you filed a response, and then there was maybe a confidential attachment to that maybe was directed at some of the contents of the privileged documents. But I have not received that. That's the long and short of it, as I have not received that. So if I haven't read something, I want you to know that. So.
One moment.
Roddy Lover, thank you for the gifting 10 memberships. That's huge. Thank you so much. Congratulations to those who just received a membership.
Status. It was being sent by Mr. Williams.
Okay. Okay, so what else? You wanted to approach about something?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And it's going to get noisy here in just a second. There we go. Okay, let me go back. I know you guys are not going to love this, but we're going to go back just a little bit and explain what cache is. When they say delete your cache, when you're using your computer and you access a website, the first time it accesses the website, it has to download all the images. Say there's like the Google headline on the top and little sidebars and the frames and things like that. Those things stay the same every time you visit the website. It makes it faster if your computer can store those little pieces on your computer. So if you go back to the website, it will just pull them locally instead of having to download each one of those from the website. So your computer has a cache, which is like, think of like the old mountain men. They'd cache the furs and the skins and everything when they were collecting like furs and beaver pelts and everything else. They've got this cache that it stores. Your computer caches those files and it keeps them locally on your machine. So when she says, is the Facebook page gone? And he's like, no, it's still there. She says, clear your cache. She's saying, delete all those images because you might be telling your computer, I'm going back to this page I visited before. And it says, oh, I know that page. I've got it right here. And it pulls it up from cache because nothing's changed, right? So now you delete your cache. Now the computer says, okay, this is the first time I've gone to that website. I'm going to go out and ask what's out there. And he's like, okay, now it's gone. I deleted the cache and now it's gone. Cachette. Thank you so much. Appreciate you understanding why we're using your name so much. Anyway, that's why they were talking about the cache, and in the context that was very insightful, because when the cachette is deleted, because when the state was talking about this, they only showed that little bit, like, hey, delete your cache, which could mean delete your messages or something like that, or could be taken that way. And I bet I took it that way, so I think the jury did as well. But now that you expand a little bit and you see that it's talking about the web pages, that they're trying to delete their web pages off Facebook, and say, hey, are they still there? That makes a little more sense there. Everything we do is tracked. Everything, literally. If it has a screen or a button or input or an alarm or a timer, trust me, there's a. I bet you could plug into your oven with the right hardware and see how and when you've cooked different things at what temperature in the last 60 days. Everything tracks everything. All right. I don't know how to go into the information about the affair. Wow. I've never seen a lawyer who it's funny. Her position flipped so dramatically. Pre-trial, there was a motion in limine. This is when they put a motion before the judge. They said, Judge, we think it would be prejudicial, meaning it would hurt my client's image in the eyes of the jury if any of this information came out. We cannot talk about this affair issue. And the judge looks at it and says, yeah, you're right. You're right. We can't. That would be too bad. Hang on. Let's see who's on the phone.
Call from
Ian Blevin.
Hey, can you hold on for just a minute, Ian?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to finish my thoughts here. So he says, we can't allow these thoughts in, or we can't allow these words in about the affair because it would taint the client's image in the mind of the jury. So we are not allowed to go there, and prosecution isn't allowed to bring it up, and defense doesn't bring it up. But if during the course of trial, defense starts asking some questions that make the prosecution say, hey, I can't argue the other side of that unless we break that and open the door and let that in. That can be opening the door. In this case, defense says, I want the door open. I don't care. I want it all in. And it was so drastic. They even questioned the defendant. It's like, do you know what your lawyer's doing? You know what this means? Because it's not over. That open door will affect the trial ongoing, with possibly other witnesses, definitely with her if she gets on the stand. It's going to be crazy. Ian, what's on your mind? What are you thinking about right now? Thanks for waiting, by the way.
This is Steven, bro.
Steven. Sorry. I heard Ian. Steven, what's up?
Man. Dude, they did that witness dirty, bro.
Oh, it was so bad. They promised him. They promised him this won't come up.
Why was it necessary? That's where I'm like, was that even necessary to even bring that in, the affair part?
I can tell you why. They had to sell him out to gain some ground for her, so they sacrificed him. It's one of those. Sad. They bunted. It was a sacrifice play. They knew he was going to get out, and they said, my client's more important than your, discomfort with having this outed, and out it came. And he's under oath, and he just had to answer the questions and sit there. And
that's
terrible.
Man.
Terrible.
I felt so bad for him. I was gonna ask you,
Stephen. Some would say then don't have affairs if you don't want that to come out.
Right? Well, yeah. I guess that you just stop it by not having one. I was going to ask you, and this is not relevant at all, so someone can put exclamation point relevant in the chat.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you about the Murdaugh trial or the hearing. Did you guys ever finish that? Or
Oh, yes, we did. With Judge Toll, it was amazing. It was incredible. I don't want to spoil it for you.
Well, so I have to go back and listen to your pretty voice?
Stephen, you do. We watched it on high speed, catching up through all of it.
Okay.
But we got to the very end. It was almost 9 o'clock at night here on the East Coast when we got done. We did 2 streams in a day. We did like 6 hours of this court and then 6 hours of that one, and it was just brutal. It was brutal, but yeah, it was crazy.
You were working some overtime. I guess I'll have to go back and watch it.
Yeah, it was good throughout, and I mean it's worth rewatching just from the background, the expressions of people in the jury, or not in the jury, in the audience as different things are said. There are memes being made of people like rolling their eyes, like what? It was so wild. But Judge Toll was just amazing. So Stephen,
awesome, go watch it.
Awesome, thank you so much. Good talking to you.
Thank you, sir.
We'll see you, man. Bye.
Bye.
All right, Miss Chris, welcome to the gallery. 13 months. 13 months. Been here a long time. Thank you so much for your support. Ellen Sullivan, plus 19 days. Thank you so much, Ellen. Appreciate that as well. Let's see. I think I might have missed a couple others. Let's see. We had Sassy Southern Law Nerd. Thank you for all you do. I love it here. This is the best channel. Thank you for the 4 months of support. Kathleen Tuckett came in with a super chat saying, will the prosecution on redirect impeach their own witness? He got flipped a little bit, but at the same time, I think they were able to, bring him back a little and say, no, I was never threatened. But at the end, when the judge was asking the questions, he did say he was threatened. And it's like, I don't know. It's up to the jury now. We're not sure. Kayla Newell, this was hilarious when you said this. I accidentally yelled sorry randomly at work while listening today and doing hair. That was fun to explain to my client. Thanks, RA. Thank you very much. Just Jill, welcome to the gallery. It's a brand new member. Appreciate you being here. Thank you. Make sure you take a seat by typing exclamation point seat. Carmen Does Stuff said, when I feel bad for him, I remember he had a wife. So that's the other side with this witness. Let's see. We've got these. Roddy Lover gave out 10 memberships. Thank you, Roddy Lover. You're super generous. I appreciate your support on the channel. Congratulations to the new members. Help yourself to the emojis. Let's see. This is Keith's asking about Brandy. Brandy is Brandy Churchwell, if you don't know. She's a great friend of the channel. Another fellow YouTuber who follows true crime. She's just amazing. She's a good person. I really, really love what she does. She's going through some health stuff right now, and she's taking a down day today. Thoughts and prayers with her. It's a long-term health concern, so hope everything ends up well with her. I'll reach out to her as well. Parrot Court Channel says, so close to orange. 8 months. 8 months. You just got a couple more. You'll be there, Parrot Court. All right. We are going to come back. We're 4 minutes past when the judge said we were going to come back. It was a very quick break. We have one more witness today. Direct will be about 30 minutes. Then we'll have cross, which may or may not be long, and we'll probably be done at that point. That's my prediction. I don't know if the state is going to rest today or if they're going to rest tomorrow. The plan was they were going to rest today, but then the door got opened. So now we might have more witnesses talking about the affair and everything else. So we'll see how much they're able to get in. The state obviously wants to bring in as much of that as they can. The judges said it's sort of limited to this witness directly. We'll see how they push that and what they allow. Misty Beard says, Recovery Addict, if you were sitting on this jury, would those messages and info change your mind, or did you find it not necessary? Specifically about this witness, talking about Brian Malosh, the firefighter captain. I thought it was very telling that he did feel threatened, even though it wasn't about his job. I think the way that the defense laid that out, that he was asked about his job and they were threatening him, he said no all the way through. I don't think he was threatened about his job. That was just, law enforcement to firefighter talking about stuff they both can relate to. Just like, hey man, how long have you been in? What's your career path look like? What are your plans? That was okay for me. The way the defense spun it sounded dirty. So I was glad he cleared that up a little bit, but it did sound to me that he was pressured to talk. And the fact they interviewed him 3 times and asked him over and over and over and told him stuff about Jennifer in between and then asked him more questions until they could get the answers that they wanted from him. Yeah, I think I have to look at his testimony, especially, the stuff that differs from what he said on his text messages, and say, well, how much of that was, did he actually think, and how much did he get told to think? So that, I think it was impactful for me. I will say that that this was a friendly message. This exchange, those 77 pages, that was a friend of Jennifer's, and so I can see why the defense used every bit of it they could to get this mileage, because it was somebody who was on her side, at least in the beginning. Lulu just gifted a membership. Thank you, Lulu, for that. Let's see. Welsh law student says, amazing community. This mother should not be on trial. 3 months of support from Welsh law student. Thank you as well. We have a couple Welsh people here with us today. Love the international community. Pressured to talk doesn't mean he lied. I'm just saying that you're right. You're right. It does not mean he lied. And he says he was truthful through it, but he was giving guarded answers. My concern is they were giving him information about Jennifer, according to what he said, between when he'd be questioned and then asked the same question again. And with him acknowledging that he has a bad memory, whatever that means, how easy is it, or how possible is it that some of his memory might have included some of the stuff they told him about Jennifer? Isn't that the way police work in interrogation? Martha, I've only been interrogated once. It was not fun. It was 3 hours in an interrogation room from Christmas Eve into Christmas morning, way back in, it was 1999 going to 2000. And it was a small town police force, so they only had one detective, so he had to play both the good cop and the bad cop, which was funny to watch because, he'd change personalities out of the room and he'd throw the door open, storming in, red in the face, yelling and swearing, and then he'd come out and come back in. He's all nice. It was like the guy on the Lego Story with his head that turns. It was funny. It was also intimidating. But yes, they can lie to you in interrogations. They can say all sorts of things to get you to say what you want. There are limits, but let's see. Also, the real-time info coming from Jennifer helped her tremendously in my eyes. Corporal USMC retired the real-time info regarding those text messages to the firefighter. That would be probably very accurate to how she felt, or at least what she was presenting to people at the time. All right. With the police for the old Y2K. Well, it was Christmas Eve, so it was a week before Y2K. I was with my wife for Y2K. I wasn't married yet because I got married in 2000. But I was with her for New Year's Eve. Waiting for the lights to turn out, which they never did. We were told that everything was going to shut down. Didn't happen. All right. Let's see. Do you think this will change anyone's mind, or was this good lawyering? Ladybird, I don't think this is going to change anyone's mind today. I don't think they've swung jurors on the testimony we've heard today. This has just been fill in the details. This is a little bit of insights here or there. I don't think we've gained that huge bit of smoking gun testimony that will sway someone one direction or another from where they stand already. I still have a Y2K bug that my dad gave me. I was in Seattle in traffic. Did all the lights go out, Heather? All the traffic lights stopped working? The power grid shut down in Seattle? No, I didn't hear that happening anywhere. Y2K is year 2000. It was a big scare, especially in the tech world, that because of the way software had been written and coded, all the software was meant to view years as a 2-digit number. So 1999 would be viewed as 99. Well, when we go to year 2000, it would be 1900. And so they thought, well, clearly, if the computer thinks it's 1900, then nothing was invented yet, and nothing will work. So there was some software that did have problems. They'd have to rewrite it, but it was a bit of a dud. Jen says, I don't think she was a good mom, but I think she's overcharged. We are about to come back for the last bit. We're 10 minutes after 4. They've got a 30-minute direct. This witness will probably take us to the end of the day then. I think she likes to end at 5. What's Y2K? Now I feel old. I feel like the prosecution may have had other questions for previous witnesses had they known this affair info would come out. Donna, I agree. And now they sort of can't because they've released those witnesses. But the defense is playing the card now. So it's funny because normally you would think that anything that paints your client in a bad light should probably not come into court, right? If you can keep the affair out of court, that's usually the better way to do this. But defense is now saying, we want this all out on the table. We're open and honest, and the jury needs to know the truth. And so they're playing this card, which you'd normally see played from the prosecution. And I'm not sure if it's going to work. I'm not sure if the jury looks at this and like, hey, she's telling us about her affair. She must be telling the truth about other things. We're going to see some action in court any minute now, I'm hearing. So let's see. Here we go. There it is. Waiting for a little audio. Welsh lady says, Welsh law student, I chat to your mom on here. Welshie, she lives 30 minutes away from me. I think we should join a Welsh RA fan club, cup of tea. You guys could have a little meetup over there in that town that has the huge long name. That'd be funny. What was the last question she asked? You commented about how good it was right at the end. I missed it. Last question she asked about his memory. Was it the judge's question? The garbage man's up there picking up evidence bags. Look at this. The bailiff. He's got like armloads of evidence bags. The judge asked a really good question. I've got no audio. Court just called the case. They're going to bring in the jury, but we can't hear anything still. They'll fix this. It'll be a little bit. Yes, that's the town, Richard. That town name. Appreciate all those that have clicked the like button. That really does help the channel. Thank you so much. It's free today only. Cameraman's taking a smoke break. Cameraman has his headphones off, is what happens. They're sitting on the tripod leg, and he's thinking he's doing his job, and his phone is buzzing in his pocket. He's like, I wonder who would be texting me now, and what's that about? The very last question was, you were asked questions repeatedly over and over like we do in the courtroom. Mathis, thank you very much. Yes, that was to emphasize that they were trying to get different answers from him. Shannon, I think, would be fine with no audio on this live stream. There's one of our witnesses. Okay. Still no audio. Judge is going to be swearing in another witness here. Still, audio's coming on. Got it. Like some magic, I'll just snap my fingers and it's a little harder. Click this. There we go. That time it worked.
Please state your name for the record and spell your first and last name.
No problem. My name is William Creer. William's common spelling. Creer spelled C-R-E-E-R.
He's a cop. He said William, common spelling.
I misspoke and called you officer, which is probably a good way of introducing you to the jury, but I'm just going to call you Mr. Creer.
That's fine.
You are not an officer. What is your title?
Forensic technician.
And who do you work for?
City of Detroit Police Department.
Okay, can you explain to the jury how you work for the City of Detroit Police Department, but you're not an officer?
I'm a crime scene investigator. They send me out to the scenes, I collect the evidence, I take the pictures, package the evidence, and I come testify in court.
And how long have you been doing that?
20 years.
So you're
comfortable talking to the jury?
Is your title forensic lab tech?
No, just forensic technician now.
Okay.
There's a difference. Lab techs, actually the people that test the evidence I collect, I just go collect the evidence.
Okay, you don't work in the lab?
No.
Okay. So is it correct to say that you're a civilian working for the police department?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I want to direct your attention to December 3rd of 2021. Do you remember that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you working?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you at some point dispatched to a building with the address of 1111 Bellevue in Detroit?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you made aware there was a search warrant being executed at this location?
Yes, it was.
Okay, how many times have you, roughly can you estimate, gone to a crime scene and collected evidence?
A lot.
Okay.
What actual number? More than 1,000.
Okay. Did you go with anybody or were you by yourself?
I had a partner that day.
Okay, and what was your partner's name?
Forensic technician Stephanie Sparks.
What were your initial thoughts as you headed to the location?
When my partner and I were heading to the location, it was just a normal search warrant, take pictures, collect the evidence. And then when we arrived at the scene location, we saw all the media cameras. And that's when we figured, okay, this is going to be a little bit more than a normal search warrant.
Okay.
I'm going to boost the audio a tiny bit.
When you arrived on scene?
Lieutenant Hall.
And why Lieutenant Hall?
Because he was the highest ranking officer at the scene when we arrived. And when we got the request over the radio, he was the one that dispatched the officer dispatched the request for the scene to be processed.
Okay. And what did he ask you to do?
When we arrived at the scene, we went into the building, and that's when we were made aware that this was regarding the Crumbley case and how we were going to execute the search warrant.
Okay. Is it correct to say that you process the scene? Is that how you would describe what you do?
That's exactly how I would describe it.
Okay. And when you process the scene in some crime scenes, does that mean something, the depth in which you perform those duties, does it differ depending on what the law enforcement wants you to do, or is it the same every time?
We work hand in hand with law enforcement. Officer in charge usually goes in or has already secured the scene with the other officers. By the time we arrive, they have an idea of evidence they want collected. When we arrive, we do a walkthrough with the officer in charge or the detective, whoever is the highest ranking officer on that particular scene. We do our walkthrough. He points out evidence that's important to be collected. While we're doing our walkthrough, my partner or whoever I'm working with that day will point out items that we believe might want to be collected. And then at that point, we start taking pictures, documenting the scene, and collecting the evidence.
Okay, so do you only collect the evidence they point out you need to collect this, or do you determine based on your own experience what you should collect? And do you ever collect anything that's not visible when you first walk in and law enforcement directs you to?
After we do the walkthrough with the investigator, and then if they give us permission or we agree that we want to do a more thorough search and we see some items that we might want to look at a little bit more thoroughly, then we will do an additional search of the scene.
Okay, so the items that you find, does that lead you to the other parts of the scene that you want to search, or do you search only what the law enforcement tells you to?
Again, depending on how things operate. In this particular scene, we'll use this particular scene as an example. They had already initiated their search. They had already found items they wanted. At this point, they said, hey, if there's any additional items you two see or might want to go over, have at it.
Okay, so you were given free reign of the entire room?
Yes.
Okay. Is it part of your protocol to just collect what you see out in the open, or do you actually do you conduct searches?
We conduct a search in this particular case, yes.
Okay. Is that something routine, or is that unusual?
It varies by scene to scene.
Okay. When you walked into the room, what did you observe?
Again, the search warrant had already been executed. We took our overall pictures of the scene. We saw, items that were already collected from or found by law enforcement. There was foodstuffs on the table, just as you directly in front of you as you entered the room. Mattress and then clothes scattered around the room that had already been found.
Okay. I'm going to show you pictures in just a moment, but I want to, with your permission, get a little bit more detail about the things that you first discovered. When you just said you saw some food stuff. Do you remember specifically what you saw?
I believe bananas, jug of orange juice. I want to say maybe a bottle of alcohol. I want to say possibly vodka. That's all I can remember off the top of my head.
Okay. Did you see anything else that stands out to you right now?
No.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to show you well, before I do that, can you describe what did you think that room was when you walked into it?
When I walked into it, I was an art studio of some guy.
Okay.
So I remember portraits and just art stuff around the room.
All right.
Tables, kind of reminded me of an art class or something like that.
All right. Did you see anything else on the floor?
I saw a mattress.
And what did you think of that?
Apparently somebody sleeping on a mattress.
Well, I'm sorry.
It looks like somebody sleeping on a mattress.
Okay. I'm not sure. I know I didn't ask you this. Did you have contact with Jennifer James Crumbley when you were searching the room?
No, at the time, no. They had already been arrested and I believe taken to open county jail.
Okay, so you didn't see them?
No.
All right. All right. So I'm going to show
Not
you.
at that particular time.
Right. We're going to get to that. Okay. I'm going to show you some pictures, and then I'm going to pull out just 2 or 3 things just for demonstrative purposes for the jury. But these are photographs, exhibits 348 through 400.
Whoa, 348 through 400. We have 52 possible exhibits here if they go with every number. Could be a lot of pictures, guys.
I'm sorry, 348 through 400.
So on the exhibit list, they're listed from 348 and the
or 53.
348,
the description.
Missed the one.
351 were previously admitted, but 350 was not done, right?
I'm just checking. We have no objections on these. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so can you tell the jury, I'm going to just go through the pictures, and you can, if you will, just describe what we're looking at.
Did you say, I'm sorry?
That's the scene location.
I'm sorry, Mr. Peer, about what time did you arrive on scene?
Around 2:40.
a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you just working the night shift, or were you at home, or where were you when you got home?
On assignment, midnight shift.
Okay, gotcha. All right, so this is what?
That will be the crime scene location.
It should be on your monitor, is it?
Oh, yes.
Okay, great.
I'm just so used to it.
Yeah. All right.
That's the scene on Bellevue. That's another angle of the scene on Bellevue.
Okay. Can you go back one? Can you see the windows of the art studio that you searched in that photo?
I don't recall.
Okay. Next photo. Does this look familiar to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jury what this is?
So those are the reporters that we saw when we were pulling up, and we asked them to move so we could take pictures.
Okay. Was that something common that you encountered?
Yes.
Okay. Next. What is that?
Again, we're at the crime scene location, the exterior shot.
Okay. And the next.
That would
Same
be
crime scene. This is where they found
to,
Jennifer and James.
To photograph.
Okay. So did you take these photos?
No, a partner took these photos.
Were you there when she took them?
Yes, I was.
Okay. What is that?
If you zoom in, you can see cigarette butts that we were requested to collect.
Okay. And what are we looking at?
Looking at more cigarette butts were requested to collect.
Did you know why you were requested to collect those?
Because of possible DNA evidence.
Okay. Next. What is this?
That would be Suite 130, the crime scene location.
So the art studio was Suite 130, or actually, is 130 the art studio you searched? I'm sorry.
130 is the art studio we searched. The actual crime scene address was 1111 Bellevue.
So the building was 1111 Bellevue?
Yes.
Okay. And the art studio was what?
130.
Okay. What is this?
That's inside Suite 130.
All right, and the next picture?
Again, we're inside Suite 130. These are overall shots of the entire room. So you get an idea of the items in the room and the room in general.
Where, in relation to the door to the studio, is there one door or more than one door?
There was just one door in and out of this room.
Okay. Where in relation, in this photo, where's the door?
The door is, from this angle, the door is directly behind and to the left.
Okay. And the next?
Again, we're kind of circling the room with overall shots.
Okay.
Again, the door is behind and at this point behind and to the right.
Okay. What is this?
Again, we're taking overall the room. The door is directly behind us, and we're taking a shot across the room.
Do you see a mattress in this photo?
No, but if you go back, I believe you can see the mattress there, at the bottom of the screen. The two drawers are on top of the mattress.
Okay. All right. And the next photo?
Again, that's the shot from across the room. The door in and out of the room is directly behind the part to take the photos.
Okay. And the next one is 360. This is just a different view?
Different angle.
Is that the mattress there in the right bottom corner?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you put those drawers? Are those drawers?
I believe they're drawers, and they were already there at the time that we arrived.
Okay. And 361.
And then you have a better photo of the mattress and the drawers.
And the next. Okay, what is this?
Now we're circling around your photo of the mattress, a plaid object, and whatever cover that the mattress is resting on.
Okay, in a minute we're going to get to the actual items individually, photos, but did you take pictures of those individually at some point?
I would have to go through the pictures to make sure, I'm pretty sure we did.
Okay. And what's your recollection? What is that? And you said it's an item. Is it a blanket? Is it a piece of clothing? Is it something else?
I believe it's a clothing, like a plaid shirt.
Okay. 364. What is this?
Again, we're circling the room. As you see at the top right-hand corner, that's the table with the food items on it. You see the orange juice at the top right corner and a bottle of Coke. Bottom left corner of the room, got a Snipes clothing bag.
Okay, right next to the orange juice, that circular object on the counter there. What is that?
Right next to say it again.
There.
Oh, those are solo cups.
Okay.
Or plastic cups.
365. What is this?
Oh, those are photos of the clothes that was inside Snipes bag.
Okay, can you tell the jury what those are?
A few pairs of socks, a sweatshirt, and again, you have the plaid item and the baseball cap that was in the previous pictures.
Okay, and are the socks attached to anything?
They're attached to, just like you would buy them from the store, the paper that would connect the bundles of socks together.
So they're new?
Yes. There's also the receipt in the picture, just by the sweatshirt.
Okay. And do you, I think there's a closer photo of that actual receipt, which we'll get to. 366. What is that?
This will be, again, by the mattress. Between the mattress and the shelf is like a pink shirt.
Okay. And 367.
And there's a better picture of the pink shirt.
So, did you or somebody else take it and lay it out like that?
Yes.
Okay. 368. What is this?
It's another shirt.
Where was that found?
Can't quite remember off the top.
Okay. Do you need to see? Did you write a report?
I did write a report.
All right. Would that refresh your recollection?
It would. Thank you.
Okay. Mayor Pro Turner.
Sure. Thank you.
No pull yet until all the evidence is in. That's our tradition.
Yes, it was in one of the plastic bins.
Okay, that shirt was in a plastic bin?
Yes.
Okay, I think if we proceed through the photos, that this will make a little bit more sense. Okay, is that a plastic bin?
That is one of the plastic bins, yes.
Okay. How many total plastic bins did you find items of interest in this search?
I believe 2 plastic bins were during the interest of the search.
Okay, were they in the same place or were 2 different places?
They were in 2 different places.
Okay, where was that plastic bin?
That plastic bin was along the north wall of the room, under the table with the food items on it.
Under the table, right there.
Right.
And so, correct me if I'm wrong. Is the mattress on the other side of this table?
The mattress is on the other side of the table, yes.
Okay. Was the plastic bin found like that with the lid off and the backpack sitting up?
No, we looked at it. It looked funny. Just out of place under the table. We moved it. The top was kind of ajar, and that's when we found the bag in the bin.
Okay. And we're going to get to the contents of what was in that backpack in a moment. Can you flip to 370? Okay, what is this?
Again, that's the table with all the food items.
All right, can you describe to the jury what you see, all the items there that are on the counter?
No problem. You have the bananas, you have
bananas for scale.
Container orange juice, container burners, a box of Special K, and a bottle of water, along with some solo cups or solo-like cups.
Okay. I see some paper towel there.
Yeah, there's a paper towel and a box of Kleenex.
And Mr. Keese is going to sort of highlight some of the other items to ask you what those are, if you know what.
This is like I Spy.
What is that?
I think I see some Minute Maid.
A box of, can't quite make it up.
Okay. Do you want to look at your report?
Yeah.
That refresh your recollection?
So this is clearly the pantry we're looking at here, where everything is stored at room temperature. I think they're trying to demonstrate that they were living here on the run. This was their hideout.
Well, my report says food stuff items.
His report doesn't have anything on it.
Plastic cups.
Okay.
Papers, food items, plastic cups, and plasticware.
Okay, so those are boxed something.
Yes.
Okay. If I told you that says Lara Bar on it, would you have reason to dispute that?
No.
Do you know what that is?
No.
Okay. They're granola bars.
Okay.
Or energy bars.
Okay.
Okay. So you've never had a Lara Bar?
I've never had a Lara Bar, no.
Okay. What is the next item Mr. Keast is showing with the magnifier, if you know?
A bottle of lotion of some type.
Is it lotion or is it shampoo?
I believe it was lotion. But
okay. What is that?
I'm not sure.
What does the bottle say?
When they say is it lotion or is it shampoo, it's shampoo.
Minute Maid?
Oh, you're talking about the plastic bottle behind?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, it's a Minute Maid.
Okay. And then
the shampoo.
Then there are 2 other cups right there?
Yes.
Is that the way you found it? Or
that is exactly how we found it when we were out.
Okay. All right. Next. This is what?
That is, again, a plastic bin with a pink tote bag inside.
Okay. And the next photo? What is that?
It's a plastic bag. We removed it from the plastic bin. I mean, the pink bag we removed from the plastic bin.
Okay. What are the items to the left?
Those are items we started removing outside of the plastic bin.
Okay.
I mean, pink bag.
And what did you describe to the jury what you found in the pink backpack?
In the pink backpack, there was a second bag and various clothes.
What kind of clothes?
She wants all the details.
Clothes, underwears, etc.
It was just clothes.
Men's underwear or ladies' underwear?
Ladies' underwear.
Do you know how many pairs?
About 4 pairs.
Okay. And that gray item next to the pink backpack to the upper left, what is that?
That's just another bag that was inside the bag.
Okay. And 373? What is this?
Again, we have another angle of the pink bag, the gray bag, and a pair of pants that was also inside.
What does that
Okay.
little bag say?
And 374?
Does it say gangster gear?
We have another angle of the pink bag and a pair of the dark colored pants.
Okay, the green bag underneath the pants, was that found in the, yes. Was that found in the backpack?
Yes.
What did it have inside of it?
Don't recall.
Okay, I'll hand it to you in a minute.
Okay.
This guy could care less
next
about
one?
the clothes. He's like, I don't know, it was just clothes.
Again, we have a picture of the brand of pants, the fact that they're stretch, and the size on the tag under the false boot.
Okay. And the next slide? What's this?
Again, we have more of the intimate items, intimate clothing items, and a plastic bag with...
That's a business card?
Yes.
Okay, and what's next to it?
Several pills inside the container. I believe they're caffeine pills.
All right, and the next picture?
Again, we have a closer picture of the business card and the pills.
Okay, and then 378. What is this?
It was an ointment container and an injectable medication of some kind.
And where was it found?
It was all of that was in a plastic bag, which was inside the pink book bag.
Okay.
Was that for
were
the
you able
horse?
to determine whether those were for human beings or horses?
That's a leading question.
Okay. The next slide.
We have another picture of the intimate female clothing and more clothes. And also the green bag that you asked about earlier.
Okay. What is this?
It's a key card
And what is,
for an extended stay in America.
okay, where'd you find that?
It was inside of a jacket over the chair. If you go back, way back at the beginning of the pictures, you will see a black jacket over the chair.
Okay, and the next slide? What is this?
This is inside of a garbage can.
There's our can of the house.
It was near the table with food items on it. It's a whiskey bottle. There was a few pictures before that I didn't see us go through that showed what the garbage can was in relation to the table with food items.
Was the bottle empty or did it still have something in it?
I believe it was in.
Okay, next slide. What is this?
It's a receipt from Rivertown Market.
And what does the date and time say?
Nobody can see that.
I'm not sure it shows it in that.
Yeah, I'm not sure it shows it in this
Okay.
picture.
All right, the next. Okay, what is this?
It is a bag of ice, and there's also I can't quite remember what fruit that's in.
If I said avocado, would you?
It's an avocado.
It is,
Yes.
okay.
Not no avocado.
So you said there were just 2 bins. Is this the second bin?
Yes.
Okay. Where'd you find this?
It was, if I remember correctly, this bin was going to be alongside the.
We're going to go back and
West
show
wall.
a picture of the whole room again when we go through each thing. But this was in the room that night, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, was the ice, can you go back to this, to the receipt? What is, can you read if we give a close up what the items on that receipt were?
Bagged ice, a Larabar, 2 Larabars actually, Robitussin, Clo Cup, Pantene, a nut tray, orange juice, Diet Coke, paid a deposit, I believe, probably for Diet Coke, organic bananas, extra large avocados, and an ice mountain.
Okay. When you, what is the ice sitting in?
It's sitting in a metal tray.
Okay, a receipt later says lasagna pan. If you know, would you call it? You don't know, do you?
I would call it a metal tray.
Okay.
It's similar to what if you had a family gathering and you're cooking for family, you have lasagna, if you make a large dish of lasagna.
It's like a catering treat, disposable catering
Was
treat.
the ice melted or was it still intact?
It was melted.
Okay, next picture. What is this?
It is the receipt. I believe it's the bottom half of a receipt.
What's the date and time?
12/3/21, 4:09 p.m.
Okay, and that's, looks like it's for how much, if you can see? Does it say?
No.
$1.04.
I'm not seeing it.
Up at the top.
Sold items, $1.04.
Okay, and it's to the state of Michigan?
Yes.
Okay. What is this?
Photograph of the mattress that we went through earlier.
The item at the bottom of the screen, what is that?
It's a blue solo type cup, plastic cup.
Was there anything in it?
No.
All right, and 386. What is this?
That's another plastic bin.
Okay, so were there 2 plastic bins or 3 plastic bins?
There were multiple plastic bins in the room.
The items that you found, were they in 1, 2, or 3 plastic bins?
2 plastic bins.
Okay, so there's the one that the backpack was in.
Which was under the table.
Okay, and then what's the other one?
That second plastic bin was with ice that was melting.
Okay.
And we have this third plastic bin that actually, which I would say the second plastic bin, which actually has items that are important to this.
Okay, so you weren't counting the one with the ice?
No.
Okay. All right. Where was this located?
This will be alongside the west wall.
So was it next to the mattress?
No. The mattress, again, as you come into the room, you have the table that had food items on it, and then you have the bed. As you work your way further west in the room, you have that wall that you took, that we go through the earlier pictures, had the picture with the paint splotches or whatever.
All right. Well, I don't mean to interrupt you, but we'll show you a picture.
Okay.
So was this next to the other bin with the backpack?
No.
Okay. About how many feet away from that bin was this one?
I can't quite call it off my head, but about more than 8 feet.
Okay. And what was inside this bin?
It was a purse.
Was this securely latched?
Yes. If you can go back to the further picture, you can see how it was more firmly latched.
Okay. And did you pull that bag out?
Yes, we took the pictures in sequence where you can see us removing, opening up the actual plastic, the plastic bin, and then actually pull it out first.
Okay. And the next slide. Is that the bag that was in the bin?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is your protocol? Is that, I don't want to put words in your mouth. How do you approach the photos in terms of sequence?
Well, as we go through the purse or any kind of item, if there's item, any kind of item, we open up the purse, we take a full photo of how the items are in the purse at the time of collection. And then we start pulling out the items and kind of setting them up and showing the items individually that was inside the purse, bag, whatever.
Okay. Let's go to the next slide and we'll go through all of the items because you actually take each item out of the purse and photograph it?
Yes.
Okay. What are we seeing there?
Those are 2 envelopes with cash inside.
Okay. And 390? Well, I'm sorry. What's underneath the envelopes?
That is the tabulation return. Whenever we do a crime scene, there's an officer there that takes notes on all the items we collect from the crime scene.
Okay. Look closely at that search warrant tabulation. Who's Peschke? Do you know who that is?
No.
Okay. If I told you it was an Oakland County sheriff, would you say that this was the search warrant for that room?
Yes.
Okay. Is it continuing? Okay. There were 2 search warrants. Well, there were many search warrants executed that day. The search warrant that was executed on the art studio was one of them. There was also a search of the defendant's home.
Okay.
Do you know whether this was a tabulation for the art studio or the defendant's home?
This should be a search warrant for this location, this scene location.
Okay, we'll get to that. Next. What's this?
Again, we're taking more photographs inside the purse.
And what's visible in the purse?
Most visible is you have more cash. Cash inside the purse.
Okay. And then some other items?
Yes.
What's to the right?
You have pills, bottles of pills.
And then what are those items?
Along where, if you update, you have the keys, and as you go further to the right, you start to see the cell phones that we also collected.
Okay. Next picture. That's a close-up of the cash?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And 392?
No, you have a close-up of the pills and cell phones, and also the keys to the Kia outside.
Okay. How many cell phones?
4.
All right. And did you notice anything about these cell phones? Well, first of all, were they on or were they off?
All the cell phones were off at the time of we collected.
All 4 of the cell phones were off?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Anything else did you notice about the cell phone?
As you see, one cell phone is, as I say in my report, severely damaged.
All right, and
That's a lot of phones.
Is that's the front screen?
Yes.
Okay. So would you say that's multiple cracks indicating
No, that's a single
damage
crack.
or a couple cracks?
I'm comfortable with saying severely damaged.
Okay. Next. That's a close-up?
Close-up of the keys that we collected from inside the purse.
And what is that card, if you know?
Look, it says card activation. It's like some kind of bank card or some kind.
Let's
Next slide.
hover the magnifying glass over the
All right,
card
this is a
number.
close-up of the medications.
Can you flip it and give us
All right, and can you
the
read
code on
what
the back as well?
medications? First of all, are they prescription?
They are prescription.
And who are they prescribed to?
Jennifer Crumbley.
All right, and do you know what each prescription bottle is for?
You have 2 bottles of Adderall, and then the 3rd bottle I can't quite make it out.
Okay, I'm going to close up there. What is that?
Alloproxolone.
All right, do you know what that is?
No.
Okay, if I told you it was Xanax, do you have any reason to disbelieve that?
I would have it to disagree. No.
Okay, all right. Next.
Again, we have photos of the cell phones.
Okay. And the next one? What is this?
That's when we started pulling out the cash.
That's when we were divided
Is
the
that
cash
your
amongst us
protocol?
evenly.
You lay out all of the bills?
Yes.
Okay. 397. That's
We're continuing to count the money as we file.
okay.
And we're still counting money. And we're still counting money. I think that's the last photo of the money.
All right. Did you count all the money?
Yes, we counted all the money.
What was the total in cash that was in the purse?
$6,617.
Okay. 400. What is this?
It's another photo of the receipt. I believe that's the top section of the receipt from earlier.
And what is the date and time?
12/3/21, 4:37 p.m.
Can you read the items on the receipt?
No problem. Jeffrey giant lasagna pan, burners 2 liter, got a recycling fee overcharge, paper towel, Kleenex Ultra tissue.
Okay. All right. Lieutenant Willis is going to help me just for demonstrative purposes pull out just some of these items that are not exactly clear in the photo. So I just wanted to ask you in detail if this was the item that you photographed. Is that okay?
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. The first is the book pack, the backpack.
We get all the ASMR you can handle right here.
Yes, it does appear to be the photo that you're photographing.
Okay. And that's where the packet is with the horse medication. It looks like, was this in the backpack?
It was in the backpack.
Okay, and then the clothing items were also in there.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then the next.
That's 427 for the record, Judge.
427.
Okay.
She tried to grab that and missed.
For demonstrative purposes, the backpack. So it's identified for the record.
Do you recognize these items?
Yes, those are items that were by the bag.
Okay, so are those clothing or are they blankets?
They appear to be blankets.
Okay.
Are those also 427?
Yes, Judge.
Yeah, we're already over 30 minutes. There's
That's
the
the Snipes
Snipes bag.
correct?
I don't know
Yes,
what
ma'am.
Snipes is.
Okay.
Somebody tell me.
Those are the socks. I'm just So these are some. Where did this is? What is this?
That's the sweatshirt. We already went over it through the picture, with the pictures earlier.
And where was that found?
That was found near the Snipes bag.
Okay. What is this?
That was the jacket that was over the chair.
Okay.
That had the hotel room card inside.
Okay. And then the only, that's those are just items, you have to take them out. And then the only other thing we're going to show you is the last item found in what you call the second plastic container, which I call the third.
The one you call the second that I call the third, because you got it wrong. Oh, man. Thank you, Tish. Appreciate you.
Is this that in that container?
Yes, that's the purse.
Okay, and were the cell phones found in this bag?
Cell phones, the money, yes, that was in the bag.
Okay, thank you.
Something's still in that purse.
All right. Before I go back, lastly, to show you the pictures of the room so you can orient us on where these things were found. Did you ever come in contact with Jennifer Crumbley?
We were requested to local county jail to photograph both the properties.
Okay, and why were you asked to do that?
We were just requested to take pictures if there are any injuries regarding their arrest. Because the request was not only for the search warrant, but if you look at my report, the request was to process the scene of a search warrant and arrest at the address at 1111 Bellevue Street.
Okay. Do you see Jennifer Crumbley in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Can you point her out and describe something she's wearing?
She's right there, and she's wearing a blue jacket, or a suit jacket.
May the record reflect that he's properly identified the defendant.
The record will say.
Okay, lastly, I just want to take you to the initial photos of you that you took to the room to try to point out where exactly you found each of these plastic bins.
Camera guy is not day drinking, promise.
Okay. Right, is this a good photo to show us?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll go back one more. One more. There we go, right there. The first bin is going to be to the just to the right of the food, the table with the food items on it.
I spy with my little eye something orange.
And it was kind of under the table. That was the item that had the book bag in it, if I remember correctly.
Okay. And the mattress is on the other side of the table?
Exactly.
Okay. Where was the ice and the avocado found?
Ice and avocado were still were more out in the open, still in that same area of the first bin.
Okay. Was the second plastic bin that contained the purse with the cell phones and the cash, where was that?
If you look straight ahead, as I mentioned before, the portrait that had the paint splotches along that wall, you have that table just up under, and just beyond that, when you move around, that's where you see the container with the...
Behind
yes.
that workbench on the left?
Yes.
Is there a better photo of it? Can you see it from that?
No, we're looking...
About there.
Come around.
Maybe if I hover the mouse over the area.
There you go. You have the bench. I misspoke. You have the kind of yellow
cart.
The yellow cart with the tubs on. With the tubs.
Yes.
Just to the left of that, you have the items with the paint, and then just behind that would be the tote.
Okay. And that was securely fastened?
Yes.
Okay.
And it was securely fastened, but in another bin. When you go through the pictures, you can see that bin is in another.
Was the bin inside that bin also closed?
No.
Okay. And was the bag zipped or unzipped?
Bag was zipped at the time when we collected it.
Okay. And that's where you found the cell phones that were turned off and the cash?
Yes.
Okay. And how did all of that evidence get here?
After we took pictures, all these pictures, we then collected the evidence and we secured them in these items and turned them over to the Detroit Police Public Safety Headquarters in evidence lockers.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
We just lost courtroom audio and only got the.
Yeah. And I'm locked in.
And I'm locked in.
So I'm going to ask you to return at 8:30 in the morning. I think we're making good progress. Do you
We have between 1 and 3 tomorrow, 1 and 4.
Okay.
1 and 3 witnesses
All right,
tomorrow.
So, I guess the defense would be.
Jurors will be back at 8:30 in the morning.
Witnesses likely tomorrow afternoon, correct?
Certainly tomorrow afternoon.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to return at 8:30 in the morning. I want to tell you that during the trial, do not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about the case. Under the law, the evidence you must consider to decide the case must meet certain standards.
Somebody
For
kicked the
example,
plug.
Witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because news reports do not have to meet these standards, they could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow this instruction. Do not go on social media, do not go on Facebook, don't post, don't do research, don't text anyone, don't discuss this case with anyone. All right? Any questions about the schedule? All right, we'll see you tomorrow at 8:30.
All right for the jury.
So the jury is headed out. Somebody kicked a plug. We lost the courtroom audio. We've only got the witness audio, which is very, very quiet. It's very low. I can crank the audio, but if they fix it, it's going to deafen us.
I'm here for that. I am asking if I can please be notified of who the prosecution is calling for tomorrow when they know.
Can you do that?
Yes, Judge. It's the same witnesses we identified last night.
Okay, there's no one.
They made comments today they might add on witnesses. I don't know if that's true.
That's a good point because
that's why I'm asking.
Okay, well, things kind of went fast, right? So they may not know that yet, right? I don't think that they've had time to consider if they want to call somebody else. But I am going to request that if you know sometime this evening that you're going to call someone in addition to who you already notified the defense about.
Really cranking this.
If you could notify them, that'd be great.
Certainly.
All right. All right.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, and with that, we are done. There we go. All right. I'm not sure if I missed a sorry there because it was really quiet. Pantufel says, defense attorney great, but also annoying as heck. Feels like mini tantrums every 5 seconds. She's got a unique style, I'll tell you that. Appreciate being here with y'all. Angela, LD, thank you. If you liked being here, please click the subscribe button. We'd love it if you join us again tomorrow. We'll be following this as well tomorrow. This is a great group to watch true crime with. We're not all on the same page on this one. We've got some very different opinions and a lot of people on the fence in the middle, and some great discussion happens in chat. I appreciate all you guys keeping that civil, keeping it kind to each other. That is wonderful. So tomorrow at 8:30, right? It starts at 8:30, which means we have to start at 8:15. We need to start early so we don't miss all our pre-show stuff. So the state is expected to rest tomorrow. They have about 3 witnesses, is what I heard. I could barely hear it. It was really, really quiet. So 3 witnesses tomorrow. Then the defense will start tomorrow. So we won't have a break day. The defense will start tomorrow, and we do anticipate they will be calling witnesses. They have said at the beginning they will have witnesses. They've said that Jennifer will be taking the stand. I'm not sure if she will now that the door has been opened. They can still go back and renegotiate that whole deal and say, nope, she's going to sit silent and we'll just have some other witnesses. So we'll see. Because if she sits on the stand now, the question about the affairs can be asked and it can be expounded on. And if there were multiple people, that would be investigated. Just how, additional questions. It will make her look bad. The state's going to try to do that as best they can if they get a chance. All right. I know you had a lot of texts, but did you chance to get the one I sent you? I can resend it if you need. Let me see. I did get a ton of texts. Blame Ivan for that one. He sent me a book, literally. Let's see. Let's see. We've got channel audio's low. Michigan Seal. Nice chatting with you, bro. I think that was Steve. Yes, it was Steve. Thank you, Steve. Shorty. We got Shorty. I've been trying to reply as much as I can. Somebody's calling. Hang on one second.
Call from
AWOL.
AWOL, you always have great insights into this. What's your take today, especially with all the spiciness we had?
I could only have great insights because you provide us with somewhere to watch this. So I thank you.
Thanks.
Every time, and you're the captain of the ship, even though I love the community here.
No. Don't blame me. If this thing goes down in flames, I don't want my name on it.
This is the Titanic. Listen, I just want to say, I see a lot of, and this has been going off since the beginning, as far as the defense attorney.
Mm-hmm.
I did a little bit of a dive into her career, and she, at one point, I know who she represented. And I have an issue with people looking at lawyers just because they don't like who they're representing, that they take that out on the lawyer.
The lawyer gets painted with a brush. Like, oh, they represented Larry. You know, we know what Larry was charged with. So clearly this must be a bad lawyer. I also take issue with that. Everybody deserves a lawyer, and hopefully a good one, because everyone deserves their day in court. So I'm not giving that much play on the channel. I know a lot of people have mentioned that, but we're not really talking about that a ton. I think she's doing a good job in this one. She grates on my ears. Okay. I can get a little frustrated with the corrects and, you know, I'm sorry, apologize and everything else. But as far as a lawyer goes, I would be like, yeah, I'd be okay with her defending me. She's really going out for her client and doing everything she possibly can. Interesting decision though on the affair. And saying, hey, let's go ahead and open that door. What were your thoughts on that?
I mean, I think, because I said it in chat, when they were having the debate back and forth on opening the door, the level of conviction that she had when she said, I don't care, it almost sounded strategic, because she also said, this is part of my strategy. So then it made me think, oh, did she bait the state?
This was a plan
into not doing it.
This was planned. She's like, I'm gonna say I've got this motion in limine. I'm gonna win it. They're not gonna have anything prepared, and then I'm gonna come in and be like, blow that door open. And because I think that part works a little bit, but I don't know. It depends what happens next. What happens with the other witnesses that come in, the 3 tomorrow? What happens if Jennifer takes the stand? Now, clearly, that's going to be a big portion on the cross-examination from the state that they're going to go into. So is it worth what she won to do that?
Right. And just on the primary point of this phone call was, a while ago, this defense attorney had a stricture in her esophagus, which is the closing of the tube. Everybody could do a deep dive. She was on IV. She lost 100 pounds, had to rebuild her teeth. So now that she got her voice back, we don't know what it's like to go through that. Maybe somebody in chat does, but maybe her energy is now, she's like, I can't believe I still have a voice.
I almost lost my voice. Now I've got it. I'm going to use every bit of it
in
court.
So we don't know what her mind or her energy is like. We're not in there.
So
she might feel empowered, and I can't knock her for that.
Yeah.
If you almost think you'll never speak again.
Yeah, I can't knock her for that either. And I like the fact, I mean, for one thing, we can always hear what she says. And how many times have we complained? We're like, get closer to the mic, attorney, stay at the mic. We can't hear what you're saying. We can't blame her. We can always hear what she is saying, and that
almost
helps.
To a fault.
Yeah,
you're right. Well, we'll see. I don't think the affair. I think it was strategy. I think it was strategy.
I think
because we don't know if somebody in the jury had an affair, and they go, wait. So now I'm wrong for having one.
I bet. Here's what I think. And I was worried that this would be brought up as a mistrial, but I bet if there was a motion in limine to keep this out, that was not in voir dire, that there was nothing brought up with the jury about that. And once it comes in, now, I mean, it's not like a crime sort of thing, but I was surprised that at least the prosecution didn't just banter the mistrial word around. I just like flirt with the edges of that because they're so upset that this got flipped on them at the last minute.
It sounded like he was going to go there. Right?
He was close, but he never said the word.
I mean, maybe he feels like he has it in the bag. Maybe he feels like morally, legally, maybe he might be playing on the emotional strings of the jury and on this situation, which is tough. Maybe he feels like he has it and there's no need for him to go that route.
It's funny that he fights it so much, because you'd think that if this was something that would help his case, making the defendant look worse, why wouldn't he be like, yeah, let's do this, bring it, I've got all the dirt, right? Yeah, let's throw that door open, let's shake on this is a deal, I'm taking it your first offer. Instead he fought it, and maybe it's because it does sort of make the police look a little bit shady in the interview with the fireman, where they did sort of say, hey, you got to cooperate, or else you could be up on the stand and they're going to be asking you about this affair, and you cooperate with us and you won't have to talk about that. We can keep that on the down low. So that does look bad. It does look really bad.
It does.
So great points.
Well, those are my thoughts, and I'll end this call like I do every time. I appreciate what you do.
Hey, well, thank you very much. Appreciate you as well. Thanks for the
yes, sir. You have a good night.
We'll
Shout out to chat. I love you, everybody.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
It's AWOL Podcast. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Paula Kincaid, welcome to the gallery. Brand new member. Take your seat and chat by typing !seat and then help yourself to the emojis. We are glad to have you here. Just know that now that you're here, you can never leave. It's a permanent thing. Sorry, we should have probably made that clear before you arrived, but a little late now. At least you're amongst friends. Let's see. We'll probably take a couple more calls. Let's see. What's the area code? 46. Was this one?
Angela.
This is Sweden. This is Sweden.
Press 1.
Angela in Sweden. Thank you very much. You're using up your prepaid burner phone. How are you doing?
Yeah, I have to clear up something because there were a few questions either today or yesterday regarding my burner phone. It's actually technically not a burner phone because I had to register it under my name in Sweden according to the law. So
Sweden doesn't allow burner phones?
Nope.
No burner phones in Sweden. Okay, so if you're on the run
Nope.
and you're looking at Scandinavian countries, Sweden is out.
Sweden is absolutely out.
Okay.
You have to register the burner phone in Sweden. Otherwise, you can't use it. So, yeah.
All right. Well, that's clear. Now I don't have doubts about your past because you don't have a burner phone. I have one,
Yeah.
but I'm the good guy. Angela, what were your thoughts today about this? Did you hear the whole affair thing? Is that...
I have to say something. So I was like, okay, it's going to be somewhat chilly day, and I was like, I have time to go run to the store and buy a few things. I was between aisles when the whole kaboom happened, and my jaw was on the floor, and there was people around me.
So you, what did you say when you heard the lawyer say,
I was like,
throw that door open, let's bring it all in? What was your take on that?
I had my earbuds in, so thankfully nobody heard but me. But I was like, my jaw was on the floor, and I was like, I was like, what the bloody heck, And I was like, I really wanted to scream out loud and comment because when I do stuff, I speak out loud. I loudly comment, That's why I'm not good with roommates. Thank God I live still with my parents. And I don't have a roommate because I will be a terrible roommate. Trust me.
Well,
so
it was funny. The lawyer was so adamant. She's like, "I am ready for this. I'm prepared. We want to bring this." But when they talked to the defendant, when they talked to Jennifer, she's like, "I guess I trust my lawyer." Clearly, she was not as on board as her lawyer was. I imagine the lawyer probably twisted the arm a little bit and said, "Look, give me some slack here. Let me do this. Let me bring this in. I promise I can spin this." But she wasn't as excited to have all this brought in.
I don't think that people might agree with me on this one, but I think no matter how bad or good Jennifer is, I think she still has a consciousness, and I don't think she wanted to hurt him. And that's why I think she wanted to stop her lawyer from doing this.
Well, we heard on the stand that basically the last time he texted her, well, that last text that we read, that was the last time they talked. There was no communication.
Yeah.
So this is the first time she's seen him since that day. And so, last time they talked, they were a thing. They were an item. It was on the side. It was behind, it was on the side. It was an extramarital affair, but they did have that relationship there. And then now the next time she sees him, he's testifying against her on the stand. So yeah, that could have been very hard for her.
Yeah. And again, this is something that people might disagree with me, but I am a religious person. I'm not the one that go every Sunday to church, but I do believe in God, and I do believe in miracles and marriage. But I mean, I don't see the affair as maybe it's just me, but I don't see an affair as a huge deal as it is in some cases like here. I mean, yeah, sure, but everyone does mistakes, and on one side, I do not see what kind of picture do they want to paint both of him and her as they having an affair,
Yeah.
And on the other side, yeah, I guess they wanna, show the bad side of him or whatever.
If the state gets to cross her or cross other witnesses and basically bring out evidence that there were times when her son was desperately in need of parenting, whether it was support, whether it was mental health issues, whether it was times that he was supposed to be taken to school and instead she was off with a lover, that could go to proving the gross negligence. I can see that, but I haven't heard. Yeah. It sounds like it was one of those things. Look, kids at school, husbands at work. That was the meetup time. So that didn't really go to the negligence side. It's just to her character, which I can see why this would have been ruled out pre-trial, that this would not be allowed in, and instead the lawyer's like, bring it. So here it is, and now the jury's looking at like, what do we do with this info? Why are we hearing this?
Also, speaking of negligence and what you said, so last night after a lengthy conversation on Discord, I went and revisited the jury instructions, and I have to say, after listening to jury instructions, a lot of prosecution's case made sense. Because especially certain witnesses in the beginning that they brought, like her boss and her co-worker. I will recommend people to revisit the jury instructions because might make sense.
They need those people because they need to see into the lives of the Crumbleys, and the Crumbleys are not going to, even on the stand, I don't think they're going to get information about what were you thinking, at least not satisfactory information from Jennifer on the stand. So they want outside people to say, tell us what they were like. What was their focus? Was it all horses? Was it, was it Ethan? Was Ethan the priority? So I like that they brought in all these people that can give us a glimpse of, hey, before this all went down, this is what was going on. But
for me, as a person who even not only does not live in U.S. but has like zero criminal law. I have civil law because I mentioned about civil case that my family is a part of, and we are the plaintiffs. So that I know, but not the criminal law. And as a person that does know zero about those things, my personal and I will throw away my education that I am a teacher. I think that their focus was on horses because I looked it up. Horses in total cost up to $56,000 a year to maintain. So they had $56,000 a year to maintain horses.
I think they had a cheaper setup. I think what I heard is they paid $5,000 each for the horse just to buy it. Then their boarding was $400 per month per horse, so it was $800 a month. And then you also on top of that had probably to pay for vet care. I don't think
that's include. The cheapest I found was $8,600, and at most was $26,000 per horse.
Yeah, it's not cheap.
That included boarding, and it's not cheap. And they had we screwed the $56,000. They had $17,200. Yeah, I'm good at math.
It's a
per
lot.
year to spend.
It's a lot.
It's a lot. And they had how much? And they did not want to put their own son on. Well, she did not want to put her own son on insurance.
Yeah, and
That's
we'll have to see.
mind-boggling.
There's probably going to be some testimony on the defense side about that, so we can see. Hey, the dad had a job before, and he was on that insurance, and it wasn't open enrollment time or something. There's probably going to be some testimony about why he wasn't covered under insurance. At least I expect to see some. If there isn't, that'll be like a big glaring question mark in the eyes of the jury. Seem like you really didn't get insurance for your son. You got it for yourself, and that's it. And I'm sure you pay for the horse care. It's going to be a big question mark. I think we'll have some answers later on. We just don't have the complete picture right now. But that's one of the areas I hope to hear more about.
Yeah. Also regarding the witness, I just have one more thing to say, and then I promise I will go.
Go ahead, Angela.
Regarding the fire captain, I looked this up way before this case, like weeks ago. Like what are the standards for fire departments? Like how are in comparison to other first responders? And fire department and the police department is held to the same standard. And yes, they may have mentioned, my thought first was when they said, oh, did they threaten your job or pension or whatever?
Right.
What I found out weeks ago, well, maybe it's last year because January we're still in January, is that if a first responder is brought to interrogation or as a witness, they are not allowed to plead the fifth. And they are not allowed, and if caught in lie, they can face suspension and termination.
Right.
So, and it may depend state to state on exactly how it works. But as it's the same as if the law enforcement, if the police officer was brought to that interrogation room as a witness.
I'd have to check. Is this only apply if they're testifying as a police officer, or if they're testifying personally?
Yeah, but I think that based on what I saw, it's and I don't know. I mean, maybe. But like even if they are caught in the lie, they know that maybe not a termination, but definitely a suspension.
Yeah.
Or
Interesting.
something.
I'll have to look into that a little bit. Angela, thank you very much. It's always wonderful to talk to you.
Yes.
I have to get on Discord or something so you can do this and not pay every time you call. I appreciate your thoughts. It's wonderful to see this from an outside perspective. But thank you. Thank you once again.
Yes.
All right. Have a good one.
Thank you so much. And thank you too. Bye-bye.
Yep. Bye-bye. All right. Appreciate her calling in from Sweden. Okay, this one's, I think this guy, we've had a couple people who've been calling a lot.
From Lego My Briefs.
Lego My Briefs. Lego My Briefs.
Yeah.
I missed a comment from you. You sent me, said, hey, check out my comment. And I'm like, what? Which one? I can't find it.
Oh, I can't even remember what it is.
Yeah, I'm sure it was really good. You have some great ones.
A lot has happened since then.
Yes.
So what I wanted to say was Shannon fought really hard to have those unredacted texts submitted. So to me, there must be a strategic reason for that, I feel. And the prosecutor adamantly opposed. So there has to be a reason.
Well, look at what happened today. The prosecutor presented some texts, and he presented a very narrow scope. And he's like, and he read it, and we're like, wow, that looks incriminating. All of us, I mean, we were even in chat, we're saying, boom, there it is. There's our smoking gun. Mm-hmm. And then defense went in and said, let me back up one page and then put this in perspective. And suddenly it's like, oh, it's not even talking about what we thought it was. So I think that's why the defense wanted everything in, because they said, some things look bad with blinders on. If we just look at it,
let's
select
show
messages.
Why.
But
yeah,
and some things are still bad, even when you look at it in scope. If we're looking at affairs and things like that. Even that, it's hard to paint a pretty picture on that. But at least it can give us a complete
I would
image.
assume, yeah, there's something. We haven't seen it yet or heard it yet because they haven't even started their case. There's something. There's something that's going to make our jaws drop again, like they did today. I really do think so. And I don't know, I feel a little bit different about her today. I think she gained a smidgen of respect from me. I'm not sure why, because she is very annoying. But whatever she's up to, she knows she scored.
Yeah.
There's something up her sleeve.
I wish
that was my point.
I wish sometimes when she's making these arguments, I wish she could go faster through it, because sometimes she's like takes forever, and it sounds like she's asking the same question 3 times in a row.
Well, I don't know why they allow her to use that strategy, because if I said to you, I walked into my home today, right? Correct? I'm really not asking you anything. I haven't asked you anything.
Some judges literally will come out and say, just because you say correct on the end does not make it a question. And we've seen
that she's
before.
Making a statement and adding correct.
Yeah. It's like,
she just wants to,
it's like, let me talk, let me testify, and you tell me when I'm wrong. Okay, that's what we're getting.
Yeah, I'm going to make a statement, and you're going to agree with me.
Yeah. Some judges
I mean,
allow
if she's
it. This
getting
one
away
does.
with it, props to her. Yeah. I just find it really odd.
Yeah, I think she's. I wish she would be a little bit quicker in getting to the point. The judge is very good at asking questions. She's even literally for both sides. She's like, stop, you guys, sit down. And she turns to the witness. She's like, this is the question. And it's like, why couldn't either of you have just said it just like she did? I mean, that literally goes right to the crux of the issue.
Is this where you're going? Because I can show you the way.
Let me tell you the words that you should come out of your mouth, and that gets us there. But so, if the judge can do the questioning from here on out, I think that would be great. Obviously, that can't happen.
Well, all I know is I don't know. Something sparked for me today, and I think I'm going to sit back and watch it unfold. And I don't know. I just really think there's something coming. But before I go, I just want to say, hey, AWOL. We love you too, buddy. And ayo, away.
Lego My Briefs, thank you very much. It's always great to talk to you. We'll keep in touch.
Have a great night. See you tonight,
See ya.
actually.
Yep.
We have a date.
We have a date?
Okay, bye now.
Tonight?
Isn't it? Oh, it's not Thursday.
Oh, I'm like,
my
great.
Week just
Tomorrow.
changed.
Podcast tomorrow. You gave me a heart attack. That's what happened, Lego My Briefs. So, we got one more day to prepare. We'll see you tomorrow, but I'm excited for that as well. Thanks a lot.
All right, we'll color coordinate. You call me.
Okay, so we'll see you.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Appreciate it, Lego My Briefs. I think there's an area code that starts with a 6. Let's see who it was. 613. If you want to try one more time, let's see if we can get you through. You've been very patient trying to get through. Give us just a minute here. Just area code 613 right now, so we're giving them a shot. If another call comes in, I'll sort of hang up on that one if that's all right. I feel bad. You've called like 20 times. All right. Let's see. Trying to show she has time for horses and boyfriend and work, but not her son. Sounds like she doesn't really like her work very much. We've heard that she's said some bad things. 613 is Ottawa, Canada. Ottawa, Canada. Here's our 613. Hang on one second.
Call from Miss Violet.
Miss Violet, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Are you in Ottawa, Canada?
No, I'm in Ontario.
Oh, close enough.
I'm about halfway between Toronto and Ottawa.
Okay. For those of us who are geographically challenged, we just know you're up north.
Yes, except that it's warm here. So
that's important. What's on your mind? Thanks for being patient, by the way.
Oh, no problem. So I have a couple things. I'm on the fence. And I'm really trying not to lean because of bias, because I have one, and it's about guns.
Okay.
So here's my question for anybody who wants to answer. Since the mother, as the adult in the room, understood the necessity for safety where firearms are concerned, as evidenced by the fact that there was a gun safe in the house, and that there were those wire locked things that I don't know what they're called, and that she understood that children are given to flights of fancy, and that her child was an indefinite crisis, as evidenced by the text messages between her and the father, and the communications between the father and the mother and the father.
The emergency ones, yeah.
The school and the mother and the father, and all of that stuff, and the demons in the house, the flying clothes, and all of that.
Right.
Given that all of that existed, and she understood the necessity for the safety where the firearms are concerned. Even if she assumed that these firearms were secured by the other adult in the room, given that they're a team and raising a child, are they both still culpable? My only difficulty is that she's not a gun person.
She's not the one that gave him the gun, but it was her post, right, where she said, "Went out shooting my son's new birthday present. Here's the firearm. You know, I even hit the bullseye." She took him to go shooting, so she was very much aware. So I mean, if the post had been something like, "I can't believe my husband bought my son a firearm for his birthday or for Christmas," that would paint a different story entirely. I realize she's not the gun person. She knew enough about the gun to say to the police that they kept the gun, or she told people the gun was locked up with the cable lock. She told her boyfriend that, even though it wasn't. So I'm not buying her story that I just, guns are unfamiliar. Ethan had to teach me how to hold it. Yeah, maybe guns aren't her thing, but I think she was part of that decision to get him a gun.
Okay, but if we consider if we remove the firearm from the argument and we say it's a kitchen knife, a very sharp one, a slightly different situation, obviously, but still harm done to another human.
Yeah,
then is she culpable?
Well, in that case, it's no longer something that's illegal for the child to have.
Right, but she's still in the house. She's still aware of the danger. She's still aware of the difficulty with the stability of the son. It's not a leap. But I don't know. Because I had to take the firearm out of the equation, as well as the situation in which the firearm was actually used. Because to me, it's not about, as much as this is going to come out as crass, it's not about as much as where the firearm was used, but that there's a reasonable assumption that if the firearm is unsecured in the presence of a child that's unstable, because he was 15.
Right.
Immature, mature, doesn't matter. 15 is a child, period.
Yeah.
That child should have never been gifted a firearm. That firearm should never have been unsecured around that child. It's not unreasonable to think that either an accidental discharge or a discharge of some other sort could happen because the child had access. That's not an unreasonable assumption.
Right. So
given that it wasn't secured.
In that scenario, I can see negligence, just parental negligence there, right? But does it rise to gross?
Yeah. Does it cross that, well, I didn't care? That boundary of, because that's what it has to get to, right? It has to get to, I was negligent. Yeah, I was a bad parent. Yeah, it should have been secured, but I didn't care what happened. Does it cross that?
I'm with Michelle on this. I don't think there's no other. We can't take the gun out of the equation and run the same scenario with it and get a result that we can compare. There's really nothing that really does compare apples to apples with the firearm removed.
No, I understand that because I have a pretty extreme bias when it comes to firearms, so I can't have a responsible conversation about firearms without considering alternatives. I know
that's admirable that you can identify that and then act this way. This is amazing. That's impressive.
I'm worried that a lot of presumptions have been made. I saw there's an appeal paper where a lot of the excerpts were taken out of his journal, the young man's journal. And a lot of the interactions between the parents and the son in the school and the parents and the son and all of that stuff. And there's a lot of there's a lot. If you get a chance to take a look at it, it's on Discord. Go read it, and there's a decision that's made. Right. And needless to say, this is causing me some real difficulty. But I had, that being said, I really do need to go, but I do want you and everyone else in chat to know that self-care is going to be the most important thing when it comes to this case. Yeah, it's a hard one.
100%.
I'm sure a lot of people are sitting right on the edge of it.
Like
if you're on the edge of it,
yeah,
back away for a minute because it's worth it.
Yeah. Like on my briefs, let me say, if you calling up with everyone who calls in and shares an opinion that may be different from anything else that's been shared, there's a bunch of other people in chat saying, yes, that's what I'm trying to put into words. That's how I feel. So I appreciate you doing that. And let's continue to have the conversation here as this goes along. I'm grateful for you. Love having your support. Love having you in chat. Thank you so much. And I know you've got to run, so I'll let you go, but I appreciate you.
Yeah, be safe.
You too. We'll see you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
I think we'll do one more call here. Oh, nope, it hung up. So I think we're done. All right. There are some issues. He's testifying. He was going to testify. The shooter was going to testify, but now he's appealing his sentence. And because of that appeal, he's not going to testify. He's going to plead the fifth. That's when the judge says we've got some Fifth Amendment things, that motions I need to act on or listen to. So I think that's going to be coming up, and it might have to do with his journal and what can be allowed
from Crazy Cat Queen.
Crazy Cat Queen, how are you doing?
I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
I'm ready for the day to be over. It's been a long day. It's been fun. I love it, but I think my brain's about done thinking. So can you
we appreciate you. So the one little thing that I have is this is happening in the Michigan, Michigan, right?
Yes.
And given the fact that Detroit has a huge, or used to have a huge gang population, are we now going to start prosecuting parents of gang members who go out, and the parents obviously know that they're in gangs, but they can't stop them because of the neighborhood they live in?
There might be an ungovernable child, right?
Right. And then now you have multiple levels of kids who are in, poverty-stricken situations. They don't see a way out. They're in the gangs. They're going to kill somebody. And then now you're going to take the most likely single parent and charge them with involuntary manslaughter.
Yeah,
I know we're not supposed to look at the consequences of this particular
the slippery
case.
Slope. Yeah.
But my concern is what's good for the goose is good for the gander. You don't charge one parent over another for the same damn thing.
I don't know.
Anyway.
I realize we've got cases before where parents have been held criminally accountable for actions of their child.
Right.
This is the first time we've had a
But negligence, not manslaughter.
We've even had a manslaughter. We've even had some of that.
The one.
Not. It's not common. We're not used to seeing someone getting charged for something someone else did, right? Unless they really forced somebody to do that action. And here, the force isn't there. It's the negligence side that it's the weak link between the two. But
well, in Texas, there's a statute that actually says that if you are involved with, say you're driving a car, and even though you didn't have any knowledge of something happening, if there's a felony committed and there's a murder, that person can also be considered charged with that crime.
Rule, the principal rule. We saw that in the Treehouse
I don't know the
trial.
name of the case.
The Treehouse murder trial.
Yeah, right. That one. Yeah, I didn't know what it was called. So, but yeah, anyways, thank you for everything you do, and I'll watch you tomorrow.
Thank you, Crazy Cat Queen. I
appreciate
you.
Have a good night.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
All right, we're gonna wrap things up. We've been with you for over 5 hours now. It's time for a break. It's called the law of parties, says KBF. Every state has a different word for things. But you can charge somebody who was just there along with it. If all your friends are like, hey, this will be funny, and one of them goes and pulls the fire alarm and you all run off, I think they can charge all of you with pulling the fire alarm. So I said no more phone calls, but it's ringing. I thought I had it turned off. Let's see what happens here.
Call from Lori.
Lori, you're going to be our last phone call of the day. What do you have to end the show on?
Okay, thanks, Scott. I just have a story that I can kind of relate to as far as the drawings go. Okay. Back in 1994, my son was in 4th grade. His assignment was to draw or write what Columbus Day means to you. He drew Columbus getting impaled with arrows, tomahawks, and everything else. So a girl in his class saw the drawing. She told her mother that evening that, about this drawing. The mother went to the teacher, and so my son got an F. And I got called into the school. And it was, because my son had said, I got an F. And so I got called into the school, and I said, yeah, I understand he got an F, but why? And the principal said, this drawing was very disturbing. And I happened to have his assignment sheet with me. And so I never saw the drawing. The school kept the drawing, right? So I felt at that point, I kind of needed to stick up for my son because he did the assignment. And that was what Columbus Day meant to him. So,
if the teacher asks a stupid question, she might get a stupid answer, right? Is that
right?
maybe limit the project a little bit.
My son's an artist.
Yeah.
My son is an artist to this day. He's an artist. So I felt like, I kind of had to stick up for, he did the assignment, And so what dawned on me watching this case was it hit me like a Mack truck. I'm thinking to myself, oh my God, way back in, 1994, the school kept that drawing. Were they thinking, ooh, we better keep this because we may have to turn this over to law enforcement someday?
Did they throw it away? Is it in a file somewhere with your son's name on it in case something goes
I
bad?
have no clue. This was back in 1994.
Man.
My son was in 4th grade. And so when those drawings came up, it took me right back. Yeah. And I was like, oh my gosh, maybe that's why the school would not turn the drawing over to him or turn the drawing over to me. Where's the drawing? Anyway, it was just relatable.
Thanks
very
for sharing.
relatable to me.
I appreciate you sharing that, Linda.
Hey,
thank you.
You're
so
welcome.
Much.
Thanks so much, Scott.
Have a
Bye.
good night. Bye. Okay, now the phone's off. Ringer's off. I'm not going to look. So if somebody calls, I'm just going to ignore it. All right, we're going to wrap up today. Thank you so much for being here. This is what I like to call the best place to watch true crime, and it's because of you, our community, and because of our great mods who help this community just stay focused sometimes. But you guys really are sort of self-policing, so I appreciate doing that. Thanks for everybody. Thanks for our new friends we found today. Welcome. Hope you come back and join us again tomorrow. We're going to be back at 8:15 tomorrow, as the case starts at 8:30 or thereabouts. This judge is not the promptest of judges. But if you want to win the internet tomorrow, this is something we give away every time we go live. Just be the first person in chat to post a message, and if that is you, you will win the internet, and it will be wonderful. And you can get a little certificate from our merch store for 50 cents, commemorating your win or your loss, depending on how you view things. But good times all around. Just this trial is spicy. I think every day we're going to have something like what we had today. I don't think there will be any sleeper days at this point. It's going to be crazy all the way up to the end. Hopefully no mistrial here. Hopefully we get all the way through to a verdict. I cannot wait to see. I don't envy the jurors, but I cannot wait to see what they decide on this one. This will be very, very insightful, and will be argued and appealed for years after this, for sure. All right, thank you, AWOL, for remembering our mods. They're wonderful people. I appreciate them. 6 Volt's going to get the lights, so let me just say, tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again at 8:15 tomorrow morning. Thank you all. I appreciate it. Have yourself a wonderful night. Happy birthday to all those birthday people out there. We had a few today. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good one. Bye.
please, but God.
Have them send someone with more experience.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting. I don't know who won.